Okay, we're good. For the recording purposes, we're talking about PEP4. Okay, so there are two main schools of thought here. There's the basic interpretation where PyHC is just, a collection of packages listed on the page, basically what we are right now. And they have some form of relevance to heliophysics and space physics in general. And then there's this, other more advanced way of thinking about it, a standards-based interpretation, where we're striving with compliance with our standards, be those what we have now, or the proposed FEP standards that John has been talking about. We're focused on package interoperability, and of course, that word we're going to try and talk and define a bit more later what we really mean by that, and standardization around one or more tools. So right now, it's a bit like the Rock'em Sock'em robots fighting around, but it doesn't have to be. There's utility and validity to both approaches. So this FEP kind of tries to marry those ideas together and make this more cohesive. So yeah, the big point of this is it's intended to find the best of both worlds, like I mentioned. That way, older, out of date, unmaintained, maybe publication-specific code would still, be able to be listed and findable if that's something that you need or want to do. But then there's still nuance between, our other packages that are more robust, trustworthy, maintained, have a big user base, and really work towards that standards-based interpretation of being a PyHC package, so you get a better idea of the kind of package you're working with. Yeah, so users will get a clearer picture of what each package has to offer and the state of the package's condition, development, and so forth. And it will end up allowing for justification for a myriad of benefits depending on where you would be on this tiering scale. Okay, so I'm just gonna throw some ideas out there for each level. We're gonna talk through this more. You can have your own opinion about it and say it here in a short bit. So the copper tier, that's our lowest tier, and I'm just gonna call it the catch-all tier. It really focuses kind of on the bare minimum idea of what a package in PyHC is. So obviously the code is in Python. Maybe it's not open source. Up for debate, we can talk about if we want to allow that. Possibly, maybe you can only get through GitHub. It might not be pip or conda installable. We're not trying to put this in any kind of PyHC environment that Sean's managing and putting together. And we're not worried about the FEP and standards compliance with these kind of packages. And some examples of what these might be, sorry, are packages, in their early stages of development, focused one-off packages, a package that's maybe out of date, not maintained, code associated with publications, or just legacy code that needs somewhere to be listed at some point. So bronze is the next step up. That's really the first point of entry into kind of the more beefy PyHC packages. So bottom of the pyramid, but it's kind of included in the more PyHC focused idea. So the code would be in Python and open source. It's installable maybe via pip, and you can find it, for example, on GitHub. It might go in some bigger overall PyHC environment, but if we had kind of a cream of the crop environment, if you will, it wouldn't end up in that kind of thing. And it's achieved low-level FEP standards compliance and might qualify for some aid to improve should PyHC have that funding available to dole out. And some examples of those would be packages, with a bit more improved usability off the copper tier, but it might still be pretty focused in its scope and its intent and capability. It might be really lowly funded or just have inconsistent funding. Sorry, my goodness. And maybe a more limited user base. The silver tier, we're almost there. This is the first, what I'm thinking of as the interoperable tier, if you will. So with that, there's maybe basic interoperability with other PyHC packages, potential eligibility to be included in our summer school materials. So that's kind of the first carrot to throw at people. Possible inclusion in a top-level environment, and it has a higher compliance with standards and FEP standards groupings. So these are packages that have more advanced usability, maybe a wider range in functionality. There might be some limiting factors that prevent it from advancing yet, or maybe they'll always stay there. To gold, mid to higher level funding, kind of a bigger user base, if you will. And then finally, we have our star childs, the cream of the crop, the gold tier. So these packages have advanced interoperability. They should have significant interoperability with other PyHC packages in this, top tier PyHC environment, which doesn't exist yet, but will. They would immediately be included in that. Highly preferred for summer school inclusion. and they have the highest compliance with standards in our FEP standards groupings. So examples, obviously advanced usability, they're working already with PyOpenSide. They've done that kind of review. They're the ultimate status within reason. We're not expecting these top level packages to have every single thing right and perfect, because otherwise no package will ever end up in gold. They have probably a higher funding level and decently consistent funding and a large user base. So the first part of today then is going to be discussing sketching these levels. So I've just given you what my ideas for these levels are and what I think they should be and should be about. But we want to hear from you now. So if you scan this, or you can just go to tinyurl.com/package-tiering-1. And then we can go and talk through this. Let me navigate myself to that too. It opened up in a different Chrome board, but of course. There we go. Okay, there we go. So just showing everyone what that's about. This should be pretty self-explanatory. I just want everyone, now that they've kind of heard my thoughts, I want to hear what your thoughts are, if you agree, if you disagree, if you have other things you would want to add to each level. So copper, bronze, silver, gold. There should have been stickies, but that's okay. I forgot to add some, so let's just put a few down. And if you want a sticky note, you can go over here to the left-hand side, this little square kind of box, click on it and grab a sticky. I don't particularly care what color you grab for this exercise. Yeah. And I'm just going to give everyone a few minutes to work through this and put their thoughts down and stop talking at you all.
You do know that you have a gold, bronze, bronze, copper. There's no silver.
Sorry, the voice of God just spoke to us. There is a silver, top right. Copper, bronze, silver, gold. Or was it listed before differently and it just got fixed? It might have just gotten fixed. Okay, I see one sticky note being typed. Are we done typing? Okay. Thank you all for your thoughts and comments. I guess we can just go through tier by tier and kind of discuss what we're seeing here. Let's start from gold. We'll start with gold first. That one seems happy. So the top 2 to 3 packages in PyHC can make this eventually. That's not necessarily true. Ideally, especially like our core package people would want to end up here. It's meant to be like the top tier level, but not so high that no one can do it. We want some people to end up in it, but yeah, most packages probably would not end up in gold. That's for sure. Yes, which we'll discuss this afternoon. Not in the scope of this discussion. Let's see, someone mentioned conda and binary wheels, if appropriate. If that was your comment, do you care? Okay. Do you care to elaborate? Yeah. Thank you. That's smart. Huh?
Oh, I didn't mean, I think at that should be a requirement somewhere, right? Like if you have compiled code in your package, you should be building binaries on both Conda, Forge, and PyPI.
Sure.
I'm happy for it to be gold or silver. I don't really care. Just that feels like a.
Who said this should be on a lower tier? All right. Do you think it should be like silver, maybe more?
Well, I mean, I'm a maximalist on this. To me, this should be bronze, but I can imagine significant pushback on that. Yes, not gonna lie. Yes, 100% agree. If you're gonna ship binary code, you should have thought about this at some point.
Yeah.
And obviously, that's easy for me to say as someone who maintains libraries that don't have any compiled code. So it's very easy for me to say this.
Sure.
But if you are going, well, I need to ship all of this Fortran code, you should be thinking about maybe I shouldn't be shipping this Fortran code. And again, obviously easy for me to say, don't have to ship any Fortran code. Nor do I need any packages that ship Fortran code. Again, very easy for me to say. But I think maybe silver at least.
Okay. Are you monitoring the Slack to see if there are questions in there too by chance? Oh, goodness.
Can be.
Zoom window, go away.
Yes.
There are no comments in Zoom so far. All right, I'm going to put this somewhere in between. And we can discuss that further. Let's see, someone mentioned should have some sort of governance criteria. Maybe all levels should. Whose sticky was that? I'm curious. Ooh. I'd love to hear more about your thoughts on that.
I think this actually it is somewhat resonant with the quick response and stuff next to it. So one of the things that SunPy has done is, in addition to having the package, quite a bit of effort going into good sustainable structure. Talking about it's clear how decisions are made. It's clear how you get on board, and that's something we should be thinking about having some sort of standard for that. That it's even if there's an explicit statement of this is the person who makes all the decisions and take it or leave it. That's better than like having some like mystery.
That's interesting. How would we tier that?
Let's save details for later.
Yeah, something to think about. Let's see. Consistent quick responses, or at least acknowledgement of issues or questions, no single point of failure, successorship plan in place. I like that last one. That's at least somewhat implied if you've made it to gold with being in PyOpenSci. If it starts to become out of, no longer maintained, I suppose they try to find someone to maintain or sunset as it makes sense to.
Thank you. Just to go back on the governance. So when you mentioned that, I was thinking, oh, I remember having a conversation about this, and Scientific Python themselves are talking about a spec about if you're going to be a package long term, what's the minimum version of governance that you should have for sustainability? So there's maybe some work there that can happen with the larger ecosystem that I think would be great to have on a PyHC too.
That makes sense. Okay, I feel like these two are linked, but I'm not sure which came first. So I'm just going to read left to right. Actually, no, maybe it's right to left. Significant interoperability equal to packages in this tier share common data containers, use a common framework for time, units, coordinates. So that's one idea of interoperability, I suppose, right there. Shouldn't be too, would you like to comment more on it? Okay, it seems like it's linked, so I was just going to quickly read it. Shouldn't be too restricted in terms of utility. A narrow but highly useful, highly standards compliant package shouldn't have to lose focus to quality. Sure. Would you like to comment on the previous sticky?
Well, I was actually going to say that, like, I feel like this discussion is a little bit cart before the horse, because I think like making some of these decisions, other decisions that scheduled for later today are important to actually have this, like, to have it make any concrete decisions here. But in absence of that, what I was going to say is what we're actually suggesting here is that the PyHC standards, like the FEPs we will write to like extend the standards, are they just going to be tiered? Right? Are we just going to say this is a standard for this tier and there is a standard for that tier? Right? Because then none of this detail matters at this point, right? Because it's just a decision when the community writes and reviews a FEP. It's just what tier does this FEP apply to?
It's probably not a surprise that I'd love that option of having the tiers be very independent from what the standards are. Either where, we sort out each one piece by piece as we go, or if we have a certain amount of, maybe there are some where we have standards that have some shells and have some musts. We don't really specify the tier, but you kind of know if you're gold, you better be doing all of those shells, or sorry, all the musts. And maybe, right. I mean, you could make it very explicit, or we could say, you know what, you can kind of choose your path forward, right? We've got 10 major standards, and if you're wholly compliant with 5 of them and doing a pretty good job on 3 of them, we call you silver.
Also, if you're online and have thoughts, you can shout them out. As far as these standard FEPs, I mean, they could within each of them say if they apply to a specific tier, or if here's the standard, here's the FEP we have about it, here's the way I envision it going to the different tiers. There's still other things that we can consider with this tiering in this FEP that maybe aren't included directly in the standards. So I think there's room for both to exist. Yeah. Let's see.
Shall we look at silver?
Yeah, I was just going to quickly. It seems a burdensome to require packages to release 2 different repos, PyPy and Conda. To release repos can be a burden.
Thumbs down on the lead.
But is it not worth the burden if it makes your package nicer for the community to use? Valid.
Yeah, sorry. John's not wrong, but if it's pure Python, then actually packaging in Conda Forge is easier than PyPy. So yes, again, compile code, whole separate thing for Conda, because you have to deal with how they initialize compilers, blah, blah, blah. But yes, pure Python, easier than PyPy for Conda.
Maybe.
Just because it's been brought up, I know it's an empty promise at this point because I haven't followed through with it yet, but it is still my intent within the near future to hire a student from CU specifically just to help people get their packages in Conda. So if that's a sticking point for people, like I really am planning on hoping to get you help for that within like the foreseeable future.
Maybe that slightly answers John's question down there.
As someone who's kind of dabbled with the packaging thing, and at least as of a year or two ago, found it pretty confusing. It seems like it'd be good to either provide like a well kind of compact set of documentation to give a recommended way of doing both of those ways, or provide links to another source on the internet that does the same thing.
What?
Does PyOpenSci offer that?
Yeah, that's one of their big bread and butter things, is helping with packaging.
So in terms of like having a good set of documentation on the internet, or like in terms of like contact people to reach out to and give help with?
Yes,
Yes. Okay.
to my knowledge,
Yeah.
that's yes.
A lot of people like me tend to want to try to do it themselves,
Sure.
for better or worse.
Fair.
I just want to mention that a pure Python package is easy to put on Conda, but if and only if all of your dependencies are also on Conda. If you have an upstream maintainer that's slow to respond or not interested, then you're sort of in a pickle.
The maintainer of a package doesn't have to be the one to put it on CondaForge. If you need a dependency on CondaForge, you just put it on CondaForge. And as long as it's a polypython dependency, it's easy. Sure.
Yeah, so this is John. That's an argument for having PyHC do it, right? Because on the happy team, it's just, well, oh, this doesn't take that long. Just do this. Oh, do that. It just, it adds up. That's why I say it's, I agreed with Eric. So if there was a way for that to be streamlined with PyHC, that would be super helpful.
That within the scope of what you're thinking, Sean? He says yes.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, I agree. That would be a nice thing for us to be able to have our hands in more.
Got two potentially related concerns. I mean, I absolutely agree that right now with where we're sitting, CondaForge is a significant additional utility. In 5 years, there might be something else. I mean, there's always this migration. I have a dead Mac ports thing I have to go back and clean up at some point. So I think we should we should set this out in a way that we can deal with the fact that the community may move on and add and drop appropriately. The other thing is we should be careful about requirements that depend too heavily on other people. So with CondaForge, you have to be approved by them. This is not something, PyPy, you can just throw it up there. And obviously there's good reasons for that, and there's good standards. We get benefit from that. Similarly in terms of successorship, good governance, clarity, there's all sorts of things that can help with that, but ultimately the question is whether somebody steps up to agree to be involved. And I think it's rough if we have too many requirements. Sorry, I've been living requirements for the last year, and the thing is always, you can't put a requirement on somebody that somebody else does something. Right. So that's what I'm concerned about.
We're a little bit stuck on the pip conda thing, which is a fruitful thing to talk about, but maybe to keep us on that topic, but steer it in a direction. There was, I kind of liked Eric's comment that, when I was asking, is it not worth the burden if it makes it nicer for the community? And he said, hey, nicer sounds more like a should than a must. There's also just the general idea of, which packages follow the shoulds versus the musts, and which tier does that fall into? And we've got a sticker over there on the silver side that it complies with all the musts and not the shoulds. So I think I might be proposing that Conda becomes a should and therefore a gold thing, and in silver, you don't need to go there.
Counterpoint might be that like pip is more of a core part of a Python ecosystem, and Conda is like a third party thing.
Can of worms.
Oh, sorry, it's just a nomenclature thing that I think is going to help avoid confusion. Can we be explicit about what we say? Conda Forge is the place where community packages can be uploaded to be provided through it's a Conda channel. Well, Conda Forge, but that's the thing, right? Do we want to say it's installable with Conda, or do we want to say it's available through the Conda Forge channel? We should be explicit what we want. When we say pip, do we mean installable using pip as the install mechanism, or do we mean on PyPy? Those are two different things.
So I mean, I would say, I don't think we would need to require Conda Forge. There are occasional reasons why you might not want to build on Conda Forge. Like if it's installable through Conda and it's in a separate channel, then fine. I think for binary wheels, I mean binary wheels on PyPI.
Yeah, just my 2 cents would be to look at it from the user's perspective and not care so much about the implementation. So if you can say pip install blah or conda install blah, that's probably good enough. At least that'd be my opinion.
What's the status of like automated tools to convert your pip package to a Conda package or something like that?
If it's pure Python, it's really easy.
It's not pure Python, it's really difficult. If it's not pure Python, it's as difficult as your build system is, which, you know, if you have a really complicated package with a really difficult build system, it's going to be difficult to build your package.
You have a comment? Rebecca's got.
I mean, I think we should defer the details, but being on Conda Forge, you can't just do Conda install whatever, right? Because it's not the default channel. Right, and you can just do pip install whatever without being on PyPy, as long as, yeah, because you can do pip install https:// get yada. So like, let's sort of say, we don't need to do it right now, but we're actually writing the standard. Let's be specific about what it is that we want to be doing.
And on that note, let's change the next topic.
Yeah, let's go to silver. Okay, good thoughts, good thoughts. Maybe during the hacking session tomorrow afternoon, we can try to get through some of these ideas a bit more. So let's see, some ideas that people have for silver.
And avoiding the pip and conda conversation, please.
Yeah, we're going to leave that one on the back burner for a hot second. Whoever said open development, I would love to hear more about what you mean.
I mean that decisions are made in the open and feedback is solicited from everybody involved. Anyone can influence the development direction of the package, not just see the source code.
Should that be required at a lower level than silver, like bronze? Food for thought.
I was just gonna say, I think that's kind of related to this governance issue as well, right? Because if you have, you know, one package that does a fairly specific thing developed by one person, it's like, okay, most of those decisions are made by that person, even if they're, and to what degree they're open to, even if it's publicly available on GitHub blah, blah, blah. The degree to which they're open to other people helping them make decisions is kind of a hard thing to define, and maybe governance is the mechanism to define that. Yeah.
Reasonable. I'm hearing that we should have some kind of governance added to our tiering, and I don't disagree. I think that's a good idea. We should think more about that, although we don't have to decide it right now. Okay. We're gonna let Pip chill there for a second. Let's see. Complies with all must standards, can ignore shoulds. Personally, I overall agree with that. Do we have any great dissenting feelings on that? I'll give it 3 seconds. I agree with that. All right. Multiple maintainers, active participants, responds to questions or issues within a reasonable time frame, possibly only one person with all the privileges. Yeah, that seems pretty straightforward. Basic interoperability should be on its way to significant. Yeah. Anyone have further thoughts on that one? Yeah.
Yeah, I wrote this. I guess probably requires a little bit of clarification. I guess I just mean that, and maybe this kind of goes for the other tiers too, but I will try not to derail this too much. So, but I mean, like, is the idea that we don't want people to just stay in silver or bronze? I mean, the way these are written, to me, that's what this means, that you should always be moving up. But maybe, I'm not sure if that's the consensus here.
I think there's reasons why someone might stay at a lower level, but providing a clear path forward for how to move up and how to make that happen and encourage it, I think is the idea.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if it was kind of like, you know, like our current structuring is we have like the core packages and we have kind of everything else, but there's no reason something not in the core packages should be moving upwards necessarily. Some stuff just is too specific in scope to be a core package. So I just wondered if we were following that same kind of structure.
One thing when Julie and I were trying to hash this out is the recognition that funding is a limitation, right? So I think one big reason a package wouldn't move up is because they simply don't have the funding to do so. Another reason might be it just doesn't seem to make sense for that package, kind of like the limited use packages where it's kind of this, for lack of words, this really focused thing that maybe it goes into a bigger package later, maybe it just stays there. It depends on funding and usage, right? But there are plenty of reasons to move up if you have the funding to do so. And that comes with the benefits discussions.
Can we talk about scope? Because I probably just didn't write that clearly when we bounced over it. I would hesitate to exclude focused, not broadly usable packages from the highest tier if they're really quality. I think if you say the highest you can go is silver, if it's not usable by 10% of the community, say, discourages people from putting that effort in. I understand, like with funding wise, it's like, what's the bang for the buck for funding those improvements? But I think there should be some, I think it should be possible for and encouraged for folks to do that work.
I'd agree with that. Yeah, maybe the wording I used earlier wasn't totally spot on in my slides, but yeah, I'd agree with that. If there's a package that's more focused, but otherwise fulfills every other requirement, there's no reason they wouldn't be gold. So.
Yeah, in my mind, you know, PyHC has a bunch of standards and stuff. And if your package is living up to every single one of them and you bought into everything PyHC supports, then why would you not be gold?
Yeah. So there should always be an encouragement to go higher if the funding's there, if it makes sense. But there might be some that stay at one level and that's where they want to be, and that's okay too. I'm going to move on. don't want to exclude packages with small user bases for, okay, that's basically what we just said. Oh, okay, cool. Are all the pinks you pretty much? Okay, cool. Noted. OSI approved open source license. Forgive me, can someone define OSI quick?
Open Source Institute.
Appreciate that. Sure, straightforwards. Would bronze be some musts?
There actually is a sticky note under bronze that says exactly that. So someone already had that thought.
Okay, well, there you go. Do we need to distinguish between standards and interoperability? Shouldn't interoperability be defined in standards? Yes. We'll have discussions this afternoon to talk more on the interoperability piece of things. But I think interoperability is within standards, but they are not necessarily synonymous.
Yeah.
Are there differing opinions on that?
I mean, I took a stab at defining interoperable. Mine's that interoperable probably just means blah, 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 that someone did thumbs down, which is valid, but that was my stab at that. Yeah, and when I wrote that, I'm thinking that as like a first pass for interoperable, just because in my mind, that's like the lowest level of interoperability that one can have. Yeah, and just so starting low and not making the requirement any stronger was my thought there.
Maybe that would be more bronze. Yeah, I admit interoperable right now is a bit fuzzy of a term, and we'll talk more later to try to get that less fuzzy and more defined.
And yeah, in my mind, I tend to think of these tiers more along the lines of standards compliance and don't think too much on interoperability, but it's a valid point that when you start to phrase it in terms of basic interoperability, fully interoperable and stuff, it starts to get less clear in my mind what that actually means. So yeah, just agreeing it's worth talking about.
Was that a thought from online? Okay. Have I missed an important sticky that doesn't have to do with pip or conda? What do you say? Yeah, I read that one. The standards interoperability one. Yeah, I read that one out. Okay. Ooh, this is an interesting point. I just saw this thrown on there. Was that you, Rebecca? Yeah. So this now includes NOSA in the apparently OSI approved open source license. I know that there's some contention around NOSA. Do we like NOSA at the silver tier? That's true. We can talk further about that in a minute. I'm not a license expert myself. Okay. Let's move on. Let's move on to bronze. Since we have a break in like 15 minutes. Okay. Should we? Okay, that's talking about interoperability. We're getting there. It would be nice to focus on the high level structure of this and defer details because details are likely to change. Fair to a point. Single maintainer, somewhat active, maybe slow to respond to issues or questions. Sure. Do we allow duplicate functionality or are we trying to foster something like AstroPy? If we want to move towards AstroPy, then we need to push back somehow on duplicates. I agree that we shouldn't have a million packages that all do the exact same thing, but there's reasons to have some duplicated ideas and areas, if that makes sense. Like we have different OSs, but people use them. They each have their own validity. But I think we should be careful about adding more duplication than there already is. I don't know. Thoughts?
That's been my basic approach so far when reviewing new packages. Like if someone submits a package, one of the first things I check is just, is this exactly duplicating what already exists somewhere else? And so far that has not happened yet. So I've not had to actually tell someone, hey, I think your package doesn't need to be in here because this one does it the same or better. Hasn't happened yet, but I would say that to someone if they did submit a new package like that. So I guess my current approach has just been not to make the duplication of functionality any worse than what it currently is.
Do we have thoughts that differ from this? I'm curious to hear about that.
I think we probably have at least 3 independent implementations of like IGRF dipole models amongst our various packages. And there's some duplication in the field modeling, Comodo and SunPy and GeoPack.
Stuart.
I think this is very tied to decisions on interoperability, because if we're not going to standardize on classes or like class-based interoperability or like anything, do shared data models and stuff like that, then this is never going to happen, because there will by necessity be multiple implementations of things, because we're not going to pick one, right? Like if we don't have a mechanism to pick which implementation everybody's going to use, then we're going to end up with more than one implementation. So I think this is like tied to the interoperability discussion and therefore a rabbit hole.
I would say that the duplication is a two-edged sword here. There's actual duplication, but then there's packages that technically do the same thing, and we need those, or else it would stifle the science itself. There's very complex packages floating around, and they do have bugs all the time. And unless you have another person who done the same mathematics equation in a different way, you won't be able to hone those out and figure those out. So scientists need to use the packages that do the same thing, and they need to be available. And if someone gets stopped from uploading or acknowledging a package on the basis, oh, we already have a package that does that, that's going, I think, in the wrong direction.
So to address the duplication, to support Sean in this, like I would think that his review of this is not a pure like the whole package is duplicated. If it's a portion of it, that's different, and there should be a reason why that is there. Whether it be information, as far as like whether they know that it's available in something else, or they're doing something specifically different.
That's kind of where I fall in my thinking, but
I will say that having this argument, it seems, on a monthly basis is one of the most stressful things about being involved in this community. I'm probably not the only one. And I don't know, I can accept that we will always have some tension on this point and it will be healthy. I wonder if we can find a way to have healthy tension instead of repeatedly echoing very similar arguments back and forth at each other. So I think I'm going to make that meta comment and not make a detailed comment that reiterates what I just said I don't want to hear.
yeah, that's valid. Let's see. John Vandegrift, responding positively to Stuart's comment. We have to decide first if we want to operate at the code level. If so, then we would need to pick one approach so people can build on it for efficiency and clarity reasons.
So there's going to be a whole session dedicated to interoperability and the details on that. And I think what we're going to wind up having is that we're going to hammer out initial details on what we mean by basic interoperability in a lot of different areas, one piece at a time, and then picture and imagine together what it looks like as we move up the tiers. So we're hoping to provide a pathway for this tension because we're tired of cycles too. but there still needs to be some consensus among this group, and including those online, about what this means in different areas. Not trying to shut down the conversation.
No, that's valid.
It's a go back.
I mostly forgive you, John.
Yeah, no, sorry, I was just pulling up the license. Nevertheless, even if a license is approved by the OSI, it may not be a good choice for your next open source project. Blah, 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 the NASA open source agreement. So there's some context there that we could dig into.
Yeah, I mean, if NOSA, for example, is approved by this OSI org, maybe that goes down to the bronze tier and then we start being pickier as we go up. At least on that point. Okay, with a few minutes left, just gonna scooch us over to copper, the catch-all tier. Clearly. I'm gonna ignore the blue sticky note because that was answered with the pink one. Maybe I'll start bottom left. Probably most useful as a foot in the door to encourage further development. Could be. Maybe only as a holding area for projects that said they want to go to bronze. So these two kind of, yeah, maybe mirror each other a bit. Maybe include as an under evaluation category instead, rather than giving status under a tier. That's an interesting thought. Before I keep moving on to other stickies, are there any thoughts that are immediately bubbling up based on this?
Well, just on the last thing that was said, currently we have an unevaluated table at the bottom of our projects page, and that would effectively be this copper level, I think, at this point. So at that point, it's just a matter of semantics. It's kind of talking about the same thing, but do we give it a medal or do we just say this is an other category? Yeah. I'd be fine with either, honestly.
I think we should just ask ourselves why. Like, why? What is the purpose of this category? But I mean, and I'm being serious. Like, do we want things to just stay in here forever and to be listed? Or are we trying to, if we're trying to use this as a way to encourage people to sort of like move up the podium, I guess, then I guess I kind of agree with the spirit of this. But if not, if this is just supposed to be like a graveyard where things go to die, or for us to like curate this list of things that are kind of dead, like I just don't see the point of it. So I just think we should just, I guess we should come up with what is the purpose of this category, this one specifically.
I was just going to say, I think to my mind, the bronze tier should be easily achievable, and therefore this one is pointless, right? Like the bronze tier should not be a stretch. You like things like you have an open source license, your code is available on the internet. Like that's the sort of level I can see for bronze being. And like if you can't hit that, then why are we listing you at all, right? Like,
yeah, my two thoughts are, one, from just the discoverability side to let people know what exists in the community, but then also just more of a philosophical, what is PyHC? We've been imagining that we're the umbrella that captures all Python and heliophysics. So in my mind, if you are a Python package that's doing heliophysics and you feel like taking a step to ask, hey, can you stick us on your website? Why not say yes? Because I think we're trying to catch all of them at some level.
disagree, but okay.
Oh, sorry, if the point is going to be on a website, then there already is a website now and it's hissy. So why do it twice? Why?
At
Hey,
least
hissy,
say
hey, hey,
Hesse. I think my comment echoes his. The only difference between the requirements right now, the proposed requirements for Copper versus the search interface, is simply the requirement to have a license. So if the difference is that small, what else do you imagine in such a low tier?
And I will say I'm swayed a little bit by that, actually. If we do have a great heliophysics search interface that solves the discoverability problem and is a place to have every Python and even other languages package, maybe it does make less sense to include such crummy quality things in the PyHC umbrella. Maybe at some point we do hold ourselves to a higher level and say, we're not every PyHC package, but the good ones. And the HSSI could be the place for all of them. I kind of buy that.
I have a hot take here as your aspiring newbie PyHC developer. A couple of years ago, I thought that was it. Put a license, put it on GitHub, I'm done. It's a half a day's job. And when I saw what was required, it took me way longer to start doing things better. And I progressed for that. If you're giving me that option of just listing it for doing nothing, based on financial constraints and the fact that I can't put these on a performance evaluation without arguing a little, this kind of work, I might just be inclined to put it in the copper tier and leave it there. Because the fundamental thing from a scientist point of view, oh, it's listed there, it's official code, and I'm gonna move forward. And I don't think that shouldn't be the way.
To be blunt, I don't see the point of having standards if we have a tier which adheres to almost none of them.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this, okay, hear me out. The current unevaluated tier that's there, maybe the encouragement is you can spend a maximum of a certain period in there, and the goal is to push you up. And if you can't get yourself pushed up and it's not, I don't know, maybe we define a bit more in a moment what that means to be can't pushed up, then you don't make it to our actual tiers. But if you improve, then you can go to bronze, maybe.
But surely you can't go on the website until you've done these basic things is a better motivator.
Well, I mean, I think there's utility in having people listed as under evaluation because it indicates they need help, and that if the community has the resources and aid, maybe this is a package that you should be thinking about contributing to, and in the spirit of bringing people up and helping doing that.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think like that's on the SunPy side, this is what we have with our like provisional status, right? Like we want to encourage people just because they're like not at the place where we necessarily want their package to be. That shouldn't stop them from like applying and like us helping them get there. But I think like that should, to me, that should be like the bronze at a minimum. Like like for example, like if in this copper tier, if this is like abandoned code or closed source code, like that to me says that this person doesn't have any interest in like participating in this community in the way that we expect them to. So why not help pull them up to the standard that we want them to be? We shouldn't, none of this should be a deterrent. Obviously, I don't think that's not what any of us want. But I think we can hold people and ourselves to a higher standard without being exclusionary, right? And I mean, I understand that's a hard balance to strike, but I think that's what we should not be sacrificing quality just because we want to be as inclusive as possible, which, yeah.
You have to do gymnastics to have thoughts here.
Okay, good thing I didn't drop the mic. Two considerations with this, and I think you pointed out one of them, time frame. So like, and this is actually off to the side on this board and everything I added. As far as like a periodic review of some of these, at what level do you do that for each tier? Like, is there, say, the higher tiers, you don't get reviewed as much because you've already met those, but these lower tiers, you get reviewed 6 months or something like that. So you can go higher. Another thing is how much effort do you want to spend from an organizational viewpoint or as a community to support these? And so to help them go to those higher standards as well.
package.
I think there's a lot of possibilities here, but it sounds, if anybody disagrees, it sounds like this shouldn't be a tier. If this kind of package is engaged at all, it should be very obvious that it is not on the ladder.
Yeah.
To support that, I don't know, Rebecca may have opinions on this, but if it's not a tier, then shouldn't it also just be listed under HSSI? Because that's going to do web scraping and things like that, which would be automatically placed in that category of listed as a utility, but we have standards. Yeah.
I'm behind you.
Like, there's presumably no reason why on the bottom of the PyHC website we can't put a thing which is just a link to, if you're interested in other non-PyHC heliophysics packages, here's the search of everything on HSSI tagged Python.
And actually, I'm going to say, I think my mind has been changed after this discussion. Now that I can think of the HSSI as the place to be, every single Python and heliophysics package, I do like the idea more of our lowest catch-all tier for PyHC being ones that at least intend to, talk to our community and work with us and try to meet our standards at some point. So I'm kind of liking that timed approach that you threw out there, Julie, where all right, if you want to promise us that you're going to try to play ball, we can let you in on this, the lowest of the low tier. And if we see that you're working towards moving up into bronze, then you can stay there. If after some set number of time we don't see that, boom, you're out. And then we have the HSSI as the catch-all. I like that better than what I said first as my idea for what PyHC is.
Yeah, with the caveat that you can try to come back. You're not permanently banished.
My only comment on that approach is that level of active review, it's going to take a lot of organizational time. And is it, I'm unconvinced it's worth it, right? Whereas, if somebody wants to be listed as a PyHC package, they're going to open a request for review. That's already somewhere where we can help them meet the bottom of the standards, right? They don't have to be listed on the website to be known to the community, and we can help them just because they asked to be reviewed, right? And we can, if the only thing that they're missing is they don't have a license, we can just be stick a license in your repo and you're good, right?
Yeah, maybe they might not be listed, but they have some, I don't know, time on the Slack space, time on Telecon, talk to people, try to move up. I could be down with that. I don't want to stop a good discussion, but we are going into break. So I'm going to have us pause and we'll come back again at 10:45. And there will be some more chats on this FEP4 idea, but instead of kind of the overall thoughts on it, we're going to actually try to move towards what the requirements and mapping that to each tier is, and then what the benefits are, especially considering we're now considering getting rid of copper. We should make our benefits really nice to convince people that it's worth the effort. So see you again in about 25 minutes. All right. It's 10:45. So let's go ahead and get back to it. All right. So part one was all about broad concepts for what we thought about what each tier should be. We may now only have 3 tiers as a result of that last discussion. So now let's move on to more of the requirements and benefits associated with each tier. So this will be very much so a working session, although not quite as open-ended and ambiguous as the last one. So just as a reminder, here's what's on FET4 as of now. We have a self-evaluation status, some kind of standards, groupings, compliance, PyOpenSci review, installable in some overall PyHC environment to be defined better. HSSI metadata compliant. So there's going to be a session later this afternoon talking more about that. So we're not going to go through that one right now. A software license, so we can get back to that there. DOI, and then the good old PIP and Conda. And these are the current benefits that we have associated and currently where they fall, but we're going to talk through where we think they should actually go. Going from summer school inclusion, of course, you can opt in or out of that. Some kind of different environment inclusion, top tier, which we can define what that means now, or, chatbot inclusion, standards compliance assistance is PyHC, or some group of people that we'll define going to help you with that. The secondary page listing may have become moot if we're getting rid of copper, because that's where copper would have gone, but that was the intention for it. Whether you'll be included in the HSSI, which is just yes, and conference travel funding, should PyHC have the availability to be able to actually help with that. That, of course, depends on funding from the one and only Brian. All right, so let's just get into it. Here is the QR code now for the second Miro board for this part of the discussion. Again, you can also just go to tinyurl.com/package-tiering-2. So I'm gonna set the mic down and navigate myself there. All right, so there's 2 different rows here. Rebecca's gonna yank you all to the part where we're starting, which is this top row. So literally how this is gonna work, you have some different stickies, several sets of them here. We have the 4 different levels. Maybe we're just gonna be going with bronze and up based on the earlier discussion though. But the idea is to take each sticky and put it in the level that you think it most appropriately fits. So that way we can see kind of by difference of just visual colors if we're all agreeing or not, and if more discussion needs to happen. So let's go ahead and take 1 minute and just start with license. If there aren't enough of a certain color, feel free to copy. I would be sure to, for each level, put a sticky in there. So if you did it for gold, do it for silver, do it for bronze, etc. I believe that wording was ripped from fully compliant with the standard on license. That's a great question. Sorry. Yeah, I guess at this point, that's what that would mean, OSI. Oh, more. Good question. Okay. I'm seeing a little less cursors flying all over like we're in a Quidditch match, so let's go ahead and get started. I'm curious to hear, there seems to be a little bit more heavily weighted towards that ISO compliance without a NOSA license, but there seems to be some arguments of people wanting it for.
If you have a package that is really good, perfect in every way, but has a GPL because it uses something that's GPL, why would we not have it on the gold tier?
There is the weirdness that even if your dependency is GPL, you can still license your.
If there's a legal reason you have to have GPL, right? I mean, if there's a legal reason they have to have GPL because they're using some GPL code that can't be relicensed because it's not theirs, or they're taking it from somewhere, or whatever, right? You can end up in a situation where you have this thing that's GPL, it's staying GPL, there's nothing you can do about it, and so you're stuck.
I think there's. Can I leverage off of that? Because I think there's a bigger question of if you have reasons you can't relicense, right? And GPL might be one of those. Technically, I was looking, and Python Software Foundation license is OSI approved but not recommended. And so we'd probably want to discourage that for new products.
Recommended by
OSI.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. We'd probably want to discourage that for new projects.
Is that what has non-recommended license means here? As in, it has non-OSI recommended license?
I think this hasn't been fully defined yet.
Yeah.
So but I think I'm agreeing with you, Stuart,
Okay,
that we
cool.
should have some sort of escape hatch that pushes people towards an OSI recommended non-copyleft license as much as possible, while recognizing that possible is not always there. Because I ain't going to talk to the Los Alamos lawyers and try to relicense SpacePy at this point. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. And like, there's some SunPy affiliated packages that are GPL and stuck being GPL, and like, there's no practical way out. So, like, I get that we wouldn't recommend GPL for somebody starting a new package, but GPL is here to stay, and there's nothing inherently wrong with it. Like, some of the most important software on the planet is GPL licensed, and there's nothing bad about that.
We're not going to tell people they can't use Linux.
What are the rationales for having not open source licenses at all?
I'm saying no tier should have that as an option.
So Stuart says he has what?
I mean, I said this earlier. I maintain that like having being non-open source code does not qualify you for PyHC. If you haven't got an open source license, then
Right.
you're not on the list. Sorry.
I think it's reasonable to argue that if it's closed source, it's not community.
Exactly.
I mean, you might want to use it for some application or another, but it's not a community package. Yeah, let's get somebody to like play the devil's advocate. Well, I guess we don't have to.
Who put the pink ones on bronze?
So interested in hearing arguments to having non-open source licenses at the bronze level. Going once.
It's okay. We can be nice.
Okay, I'll play into it. What if it's pending? You know, like if it's in the process of being open sourced and so it hasn't been reviewed yet to fully be accepted.
Maybe it would just fall under that under evaluation category. Where like it's not yet on our page, but if it can fix that within a certain time frame, then it will be. Okay, I'm hearing, it seems like there's definitely more consensus than not for not having open source license at bronze. Heard. Non-recommended, sure. I'm curious then, are silver and gold going to be the same where it might allow NOSA at both levels and GPL and all these other funsies when it's otherwise a perfectly fine package? I feel like you're teeter-tottering.
I think we'll have to do wordsmithing, but I think we can split the hair somewhat of if you're coming in as a new project, choosing a new license and decide not to take a recommended OSI license, then I guess where we have influence, we should use that influence. And I don't know if that's some sort of declaration of you're making that decision now, it will doom you forever. But I feel silver should be a choice for, a less preferred license, whereas gold, it should be like, no, you've got some actual reason you can't.
Yeah, I don't care. Like, like we can recommend people not use copyleft, but if they want to, then so what? Like, I don't think it's enough to like have a stick to beat them with about it, I guess.
What does this GPL license restrict you from doing?
GPL is the main reason people disagree, don't like about GPL is that it's a viral license. If you link against GPL code, your code becomes GPL by definition. Yeah. Hashtag not a copyright lawyer.
So it's a distribution thing. So if I have something that links against GPL that uses GPL, let's say my code's A, the GPL license thing is B. If I distribute A to somebody, I have to distribute it under the terms of the GPL. There's no saying I can't do a license. So you can take your code can be BSD licensed. If it links against GPL, that's fine. It's still, your code can still be available under BSD. It just also has to be available under GPL. And so then if somebody magically comes along and writes a new version of B that isn't GPL licensed, then your code isn't constrained by GPL for all time. The fact that this winds up being a very complicated explanation every time is part of the reason why people like to avoid it. Because it is literally meant to be a bit of legal jujitsu that is less applicable in our context.
Right. So maybe regardless of the technicalities, if you're perpetually having to argue with some upper manager about, well, I thought that if we couldn't link anything GPL because then we were GPL, then that makes it more difficult.
I also see some comments from Eric Grimes. Should be clear that you're talking about GPL 3. 2 and 3 were different beasts. With GPL 3, if you make changes to it, you have to send those changes upstream before redistributing it. At least that's my understanding, and I'm not a lawyer.
They both, yeah.
They both have problems, so saith Stewart.
Okay, shifting to the NOSA license, what does NOSA restrict a package from doing that we would want them to do? Stewart up first.
I think the issue with NOSA is not that it's a restriction. It's just got a weird bit of legalese in it that some people disagree with and can potentially cause problems. The biggest practical issue with NOSA is that you can't get it like packaged in Debian because it doesn't conform to the DSFG guidelines and stuff like that. It just, some places will not consider it a free enough license. So it could potentially cause you trouble downstream. Again, wouldn't recommend it, but you know, if the alternative is arguing with the NASA administrator, then so what? Like, you know.
Yeah, it's just reading the OSI's analysis. For use by an agency of the US federal government which has special concerns regarding issues such as copyright protection, copyright notices, disclaimer of warranty and indemnification, and choice of law. So it's, yeah, it potentially limits where you wind up having to have lawsuits filed, and it's just, yeah.
So what if we left NOSA optional? It could be in a silver tier. Maybe we don't let it happen in gold, but GPL might have some options. Okay, that's fair.
One thing on the NOSA license, if you read the details, is that you have to go through a legal process to contribute to that package. You cannot have open contribution. That's one of the main complaints in the report from the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine against it.
I did not personally know that.
I read too many details sometimes.
Well, isn't that then in opposition to this open development? I mean, not requirement, but concept that we've been talking about. I mean, I guess I wasn't aware of that. If that's true, then nothing can be NOSA license that is within this community, right? I mean, that is an immediate disqualification.
It's still possible to contribute, but there is a process to go through for that contribution to be legally accepted into the package.
Is that process something that the user, that the contributor has to do, or that the project that's receiving the contribution has to do, or both? Well, then, I mean, sure, possible, but it's not. That to me is not open. It's certainly not open development, and it seems to be also not open source by most definitions either. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm slightly torn on that one.
And Rebecca, you've been a lot deeper down this hole than I have, but as I'm reading, it's like you can fork it freely, but you have to go through approval if it goes upstream, basically. Is that okay? Which, I mean, realistically, any package that is run even on a community basis by a NASA entity is subject to the NASA release process, right? Ish. Okay. Okay. Right. It doesn't have to have a NASA license, but you do still have to go through the NASA release process. So in that, trust me, Ames is trying to get me to have to go through the NASA release process. Yeah. No, I'm standing and fighting, screaming. So in practice, it sounds like that this is not necessarily going to change that. Like, if you have something that's being run out of a NASA center, whether or not it's NOSA licensed, you're dealing with some level of paperwork. But I agree that there's very little point in us recommending this. Why invite problems? And if realistically, if stuff is NOSA licensed, we're probably stuck with it. Unless, do we think we have the influence? If we say you're not a gold tier, we can like push back and get NASA to relicense stuff? Yeah, okay. But I mean, if we don't have leverage, we got to accept we got, but we do have leverage.
There is a way to get relicensed from NOSA. It isn't fun and you have to argue the heck out of it, but it is possible. Especially if you know someone that wants to ignore legal and is tired of dealing with them.
I know a lot of
That's in your
But
favor.
having a community that makes a statement, yeah, this doesn't work well for us at all by excluding it from something. I think that if every community did that, that would definitely be a lever, right?
Mm.
Hopefully.
It could be, yeah.
I would argue for not excluding it completely, but for limiting it to the lower levels.
Yeah, I'm wondering, Joe had his hand up too. Wondering if maybe that would just be like, you can be at our very lowest tier, but we beg of you to change if you want to go up.
So I don't know if this is the right time to ask, but we've been talking a lot about licenses we don't like. What are the ones that we do like?
OSI recommended. Is that a good answer? I don't know. I
OSI
haven't looked at
approved
this.
license that is on the list of licenses that are popular and widely used or with strong communities from the report of the License Proliferation Committee of the OSI. Yes, as a matter of fact, it is. Oh, it's on the other Miro board.
If you could,
I'll throw it on here.
okay, if you could throw it on Slack too, that'd be good.
Okay, but basically it's Apache, BSD, GPL2, LGPL2, MIT, Mozilla, CDDL, which is basically Sun, Common Public License, which Lord only knows, it says common, so it's nobody uses it, and Eclipse.
Okay. Well, if we're going with what they say for their recommended, GPL might have a place higher up. That satisfies some concerns there, but DOSA certainly was not immediately listed. So maybe it gets relegated to our lowest tier. Maybe
Are we
that's-
done on this topic?
Yeah. Oh, we should move on. I think we see some convergence. Yeah, the Python license is not on that list. Yeah. Maybe we need more discussion on that in a little bit, but we need to come to some sort of consensus eventually. Otherwise, this will never move forward. So I don't know. We'll talk further. Let's move to the next thing. Hopefully this is a little more straightforward. Just directly to your right, DOI, you have two options. It is or is not required. you want to handle that one?
Quick explanation, DOI is a digital object identifier. It's the thing that Zenodo gives you.
This is a DOI to what? The documentation, the website?
Sorry, too simple. DOI for the software. The exception would be if it's a JASP publication, but I'll leave the lines fuzzy right there.
Generally, I've found getting a DOI to be one of the easiest parts of getting a package up there. Are there any edge cases that make it problematic?
The Zenodo GitHub integration appears to break every time I blink. It also, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but are you able to have more than one Zenodo account own the DOI, have more than one person with right access? Okay, just give me a baseball bat and beat Steve Morley about the head until he like gives me access then. Yeah, so those are kind of the things. It's like it's fairly simple to go grab a DOI. Having stuff set up such that it comes about relatively automatically and that you maintain all the linkages and all that. It's not huge work, but it's work.
Okay. What I'm generally seeing now that the cursors can't speak, have stopped flying. Gold, yes. Cool. We all seem to have come to consensus on one thing during this discussion. Great. Silver, there's a little disagreement there. For someone who put DOI not required, online or in person, I'd love to hear your thoughts on why. We won't bite, I swear.
More of a question, but is the DOI actually listed in the requirements in the PyHC guidelines?
Yeah, so is the DOI currently a requirement in our PyHC standards? Yeah. I mean, that's part of why it's here is, yeah, that exactly. Do we want it to be? I think, yes, we would love to encourage people to do it. Rebecca has thoughts.
Let me explain the motivation. So this comes from me. You can blame me for this idea. But the idea is so that they can cite your software in their publication and include the identifier for it so that people can see exactly what piece they used. Because versions of software change over time. And if they can't cite the specific version of the software they used, it's going to be really hard for other people to reproduce their work.
Keeping that in mind, yeah, I guess gold for sure. Silver, do we want to allow flexibility there or just say that, no, we still want you to? Because silver's kind of supposed to be the reaching for the gold. It's just one step down. My preference is to have it required, but are there strong objections to that?
Maybe just to play devil's advocate, maybe it could be an in-between where we require at least one top-level DOI for the package, but not sub-DOIs for every version release.
Thoughts formulating?
And the top level is a nice convenience, but it removes the whole point of the DOI, which is to have a persistent identifier that identifies what you actually used. But I think we could be a bit more wibbly wobbly about it and say, for instance, a lot of us have frontiers papers describing our software, right? And we could say that at some level, it's like, we don't care. It's any DOI that happens to describe the software in some way. And then at gold be the very robust each release kind of thing.
Well, is that any different than what my suggestion was?
It's a little more wishy-washy, honestly.
Okay.
Alan.
Do you envision publishers caring? Because my experience is that they don't really care. They're very wishy-washy. So this about it, it's.
I don't think maybe publishers would care, but the users of the software trying to replicate your things definitely do.
Okay. But maybe
All right, we need to not do this anymore. I think AppJ is better now about asking people to cite. I guess maybe most of us on the solar side probably are more AppJ publishers, but they are better about asking you to cite your software and provide like, well, there's a software section in the paper, and then for everything you put in there, a good referee and editor will ask you to have a DOI associated with each one of those things you list.
AppJ was exactly my example from the opposite side of you. They have that section, and they usually say, if you use it, put something there, but then they never enforced it. And I was, as a reviewer, I was annoyed because I asked for it and AppJ did not want to enforce them to do this.
That's surprising. That seems like a failure. That seems like a bad editor. But yeah, I mean, that's disappointing. That's
where my comment came from.
Yeah.
Actually, I was.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, but maybe. Yeah. Okay.
Maybe something constructive about this. Maybe this community can get into some sort of relationship with them and explain the benefits. Because if it's coming from an individual person, it will be an email they don't read. But maybe if it's coming from a established community that the community wants this DOI to be enforced in codes that are used in papers, maybe you can actually convince them to have a formal rule about it, and not just being the editor's whim if they're in a hurry to publish it or not.
I feel like I should step in here. This is part of my work. So I'm the open science scientist at HRL, and we're working with the publishers. We're working through NASA headquarters. We're working with other agencies through something called COPDES. That's all something that stretches across most of the other sciences. But there's also a couple sessions at AGU. One of them I'm leading about publication transparency, where I expect that will come up. And AAS will be there, publishers, AGU publishers will be there. I hope someone from Nature will be in the audience because she didn't answer her email. But yes, this is, PyHC could be a voice in this, a strong one, is particularly if it's included in the standards. You can point to that and say, we have this large community that wants this. That could be a nice voice to help.
Formulating my thought. Sorry. I guess with that in mind, definitely yes to gold. I would argue yes to silver even. I think maybe bronze is where it could be a bit more lenient. But again, that's a category that we're encouraging to try to get better. I'm going to end it there.
And no comments on Slack, so we're good to move on.
Gucci. I don't see anything on Zoom either. All right. Okay. So this one, of course, is standards compliance is going to be based on this idea of FEPS about standards, breaking them out, being written, which is kind of John Niehoff's idea that, is that one of the ones we're going to talk about tomorrow? Okay, it could be. We can bring that up again before lunch. So you have a few different levels where maybe they just don't care about standards. I'm hoping nobody picks that, but it could happen. There's the idea where it complies with some musts from these standards track FEPs, which are just going to take the standards document and break it out into FEPs so that we can have some more granularity. Complies with most musts. That's hard to say. And the top level complies with all the musts and many, which admittedly is a bit ambiguous, but some amount of should requirements. So obviously, we're a little cart before the horse in that this isn't fully defined yet, but the general idea of being in line with standards, that's what this is aiming at. So go forth and prosper. Hold on. I'm gonna give it like 20 more seconds. Okay, I'm not seeing any new stickies flying. Oh, oh my, flying onto the page. So let's get talking. So gold, it seems like most people think we should be having all the musts, which there are musts listed in our standards documents now, but might be more clarified in future FEPs of the standards groupings. There's something being typed. I'm going to keep talking in the meantime. One person doesn't think all musts should be included. I'm just curious. That was you? Okay. The green was also John. Those were both you, were they not, John?
I'm just wondering if we wind up with a situation similar to the licensing where it's the like, okay, yes, the vast majority of the time you're going to want to do this, but we want to have an escape hatch. And do we want to explicitly write every escape hatch, or do we want to say, look, we've got 15 musts and you've got 14 of them. and you've got half of the shoulds, what the hey, right? Now, of course, if the other one is, I've got all of the musts except I don't have a license. But I don't know. I feel that if we wind up requiring every single must, there may also be pressure then not to write very many musts. And maybe that's what we want. Maybe not. But I think a case for almost any standard could be made that there are some places where somebody might not be able to do it effectively.
I feel like for sake of clarity, as opposed to you must comply with like 13 or 14 of the musts out of everything, maybe what we do is change some of the musts to shoulds and still have gold be all of the musts.
Yeah, I think the problem with making it like you've got 95% of the musts is what if the one that you don't have is something like super critical, like must have a license. I appreciate that might be separately addressed. It was the only example I can think of. I just think that like if we're going to do all this work of writing FEPs with the standards in, we can just do it granularly and we can just be explicit about what tier they apply to. Like, I feel like we're talking here about compliance with the like current standard document, which is super old and stuff. Whereas what we could be doing is saying, well, the new standards are just going to say what tier this applies to. And like, then it becomes a discussion per standard on each of the FEPs and we don't have to worry about it.
I'll say I wasn't brave enough to voice it earlier, so I didn't, but I did have the same thought as you, John, where earlier I was thinking like, what if a package is 95% of the way to the must? Do we just include it in there? But as I'm hearing this go on, I'm starting to like the opinion more of if we say must, you literally must do the thing. And then maybe that does mean we just place more importance on the language we use in the FEPs. So like if we say must, be really sure that we mean that because everyone's going to have to do it. I don't know. I start to question what does it even mean if we say you must do something, but then we let people not do that?
Did you have an addition? I think Brent, yeah.
So the broad category is standards. And if it's a standard, you either like align with it or you don't.
Yeah, that's fair.
So what we have defined with FEP 1, which is our only approved FEP at this point, is that the standards have musts and have shoulds in RFC language. And so should is still a standard, it's just not a requirement. So I'm a little nervous about doing the tiering in every FEP. And there's two reasons for that. One is it kind of involves writing 3 standards every time you write a standard. And also what I like about looking at the totality, right, of how many musts do you have and sorry, it winds up being this FEP, to comply with this, at bronze you have to do this, at silver you have to do this, at gold you have to do this, unless you just say this whole thing applies to silver or this whole thing applies to bronze. Okay, you're thinking the latter. But I also like the idea of saying the totality of your compliance or the whole vision of the way we want things to go is kind of based on count to some extent, right? Not the silver we got most of the musts and so giving people a little bit of flexibility in how they choose their path towards improving their package feels like a benefit to me, although it does decrease clarity because you're not expecting necessarily exactly the same thing from every silver package, for instance.
Could there be some indication within those kind of tier or FEPs, I should say, for like standards compliance of these shoulds or musts or whatever, like things like license or like you have to have it? I don't know. Double must. I'm just throwing a really bad example out there, but I don't know.
I just think we're making this way too complicated. Like, we'll write a standard, and in the standard, we're like, this, you know, this FEP, like, you know, compliance with this FEP is a requirement for being a gold tier package. And if it says must, then you must do it to be a gold tier package. Like, that's it, right? That's what we're talking about. Like, then it's granular, it's clear what's in what tier, and we can display every individual one individually rather than this at the moment where we're stuck in some sort of weird gray zone where we have must have musts and maybe should have shoulds musts, and it's just ridiculous.
Maybe I'm saying something obvious, but the tiering in the standard seems to kind of match with the actual tiering in a sense. If you want gold status, you should go for all of them. If you want silver status, maybe you should have some flexibilities on the shoulds. If you want bronze status, maybe that's at the discretion of the person reviewing your contribution. And that kind of falls into order in a sense.
I mean, we can still be defining all of these must and shoulds in the standards grouping FEPs and just say, for the sake of having a table tiering, this is just what they go with.
Well, and just like this exercise, this is to update standards. Standards can change if they don't work. So get some standards and revise as needed.
So Stuart, I think you've convinced me. So what I suggest then is that we have, you know, something like this, and a FEP will specify in, like our license one, for instance, right, would say bronze, you have to comply. And it might say to comply up the silver. You can be granular within, or you can be granular across, right? The license one would potentially have some bronze, silver, gold information in it, but it's applicable to everything ultimately. And there might be some stuff that we say, this is foundational, and that gives us the wiggle room. Yeah, so I think that's pretty reasonable.
So would we keep the way this language is written now and just leave it to the FEPs to define what these are? How should this change?
Yeah, they say applicable standards track FEPs, and the FEPs define what's applicable. So I think that makes sense.
Okay. So maybe
So that does mean that you would potentially have a as written, if we say the most must for silver, is we might have a standards track FEP that says it's applicable to silver, that says must, that a silver wouldn't fit.
Yeah,
So I think we should probably say all must from applicable, and at least the silver level, if not bronze, but go ahead.
The standard uses RFC must and should, right? So if you're compliant with a standard, you must do everything that says must, right? And you should do everything that says should, but you mustn't have to do that. And if we say that compliance with this standard is a requirement for silver tier, then you must do all of the musts in that FEP, because otherwise you're not compliant with that standard.
I'm in violent agreement. What I'm saying is, based on your argument of the granularity within the FEPs, all of us, which I think is just about all of us who put orange on silver here, we should probably agree that those should all be yellow and not orange. If it's an applicable FEP, you should follow the musts.
Yeah, cool.
And that might even go all the way down to, do we want to even go all the way down to bronze? We probably want to go all the way down to bronze.
That would just be the entire thing, right?
Yeah. All in favor?
Where? Sorry. Okay. So the wording just simply changes to, if the standards track indicates it's a must for this level, it's just, I'm trying to think of how to word it in a way that makes sense.
You just say compliance with all applicable standard track facts. Because it's tautologically correct, right?
Yeah, you're right. We're not calling out shit separately.
Summarizing the conversation. Yeah, he was just, Stuart was pointing out that we can just say complies with all applicable standards. Done. And that implies the rules of musts and should. We don't
Okay.
need to duplicate that.
Cool. And that's just the same wording across all the levels. So it's all going to be written in these standard track FEPs. That's what we like. Yes. Cool. I can live with that.
Yep.
Thank you for all of the thoughts. Let's move on. Okay. So this is for the overall PyOpenSci, PyHC eventual partnership idea. So hopefully this is straightforward. Either maybe there's a package that this, or level that this just, they won't do it. Maybe they haven't started it. It's in progress, or it's completed. Go.
Question on this, how long does it take to do this review? Because none of the other ones have status indicators. Oh, I'm going to do this. It's always just, is it done?
No, there's one that says in progress.
No, I'm saying this is the only one of these things we've considered in this row where in progress, we're tracking state of something. Like, oh, I'm going to get a license. Or, so but I won't do it as one statement. And I'm going to do it. I'm in progress. Tracking the state of it seems complicated for the bronze, silver, gold stuff. Just when you've done it, tell us or no, you're not going to. You see what I'm saying? That seems to add a whole tracking the state responsibility that's different.
So John, instead of in progress, would it make more sense to say like because ultimately this involves opening up a pull request or opening some sort of issue with PyOpenSci. So that's a concrete thing, right? We could say, if you have done that, then that is something we can say. Now, if we want to say if you fail, you fall back, that's another thing, but.
But does that jump you to a different level? Oh, I open the pull request and I go from bronze to silver. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Tracking that seems like a kind of a small change.
Wasn't the purpose of us collaborating with PyOpenSci such that the PyOpenSci review is how we review packages to prevent inclusion in PyHC? Wasn't like the whole point that it was just the process would be, if you want to be listed on the PyHC website, you submit to what PyOpenSci, the review happens, you get listed on the website.
So yes, but maybe there's some flexibility in it. I mean, like.
Why have more than one process? If we're going to have a review process, let's have a review process and be done.
I would say an argument for having flexibility here is because the process takes time and it takes effort from the package. So if the package doesn't have funding at that moment or for a couple months even to manage that, I don't think that that should exclude the package from being in PyHC. The higher levels, yeah, probably. Depends on this conversation. But we still have the self-evaluation as the soft way in the door, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it's inappropriate for me to give my opinion here at this stage, but I'm going to anyway. That I do also see PyOpenSci as sort of an ancillary thing to PyHC. So I put in progress or completed in the gold category, and I don't care any other way if any other tier has any kind of status with PyOpenSci.
So I just want to make sure I understand what we're talking about here. Are we talking about individual packages going through the PyOpenSci review process themselves? Or are we talking about individual packages going through the PyOpenSci review process after we being PyHC partner with them? Because that hasn't happened yet. So if that's the case, that's not possible right now, right? I mean, going through it like on your own is a pretty arduous process. I mean, on the SunPy side, we haven't even finished our review fully yet, or have we?
No, we have no. Our OpenSci stuff still done.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to clarify what exactly are we talking about here?
Yeah. No. I mean, if you're going to ask, someone's going to answer the question.
I'm gonna leave you with that, Mike. I guess my original thinking had been the latter, but does that make sense?
Which one was that?
The latter was the partnership, PyHC and PyOpenSci.
So I think there's an answer to this question, right? Which is the PyOpenSci review guide has a list of things you have to do to pass PyOpenSci review, right? The tier at which you should have to go through PyOpenSci review is the tier at which we have a standard for all of these things that is required at that tier, right? So one of them, the top requirement for PyOpenSci review is, okay, so this really cuts it down, guys. But anyway, it says you have to have, it has to be installable from a community repository such as PyPI. And actually, I read that wrong. And it says, or a community channel on Conda. So you don't have to do Conda. And then it says, you must be able to import your package. You must have documentation. You must have a README. You must have a license. You must have a code of conduct. You must have documentation on how to submit an issue. You must have some tests. That's it. So like, if the standards we have applicable to the bronze level don't include all of those things, then we obviously can't enforce PyOpenSci review at bronze level because they're incompatible with one another. But I would imagine at silver, we will have all of those things. So it should just be whatever tier applies to that list.
That sounds kind of like a bronze-ish level thing. So it's a short list. How long have you guys been in this process?
SunPy got through PyOpenSci review relatively quickly. The thing that stuck was us, SunPy partnering with PyOpenSci to review affiliated SunPy packs.
Oh, okay. So
yeah.
I mean, part of me suggests if we've already said we're going to tier the FEPs, let's punt this to a process FEP instead. Like we can resolve this later, because what it sounds like is, I don't like having distinguished between won't do and not started. Mm-hmm. Because nobody is going to say, I'm not going to do that if they know the consequence is getting, oh, totally, I'll get to it next month. And if we can't come up with a reasonable in progress type measure, which I understand John's concern about that, then this is pretty much the two states are, you've gone through it or you haven't.
Yeah, I think we should just decide whether we're going to partner with PyOpenSci or not. And I realize, well, as we've learned, that it does require a lot of work up front, and like I think collectively by all of us that are involved. But if we're not going to do that, then we shouldn't require any of the packages to go through it like on their own, because it's just extra legwork for everyone, and it's just an unnecessary layer. If we're gonna have our own like basically version of what PyOpenSci does already, there's no reason to then require at some level the packages to go through that. If we partner with them, then honestly, I think a lot of this discussion changes quite significantly and could be like the overhead of doing all this is drastically reduced because we're just using the PyOpenSci process. But if we're not going to do that, then I think we should just leave this alone.
I think the question is really, I mean, we've been self-evaluating up to this point. And I think there's really every standard we have, there's two things. There's doing the work for the standard, and then there's getting that signed off on by somebody. Right now, step 2 doesn't happen. Okay, yeah, so Sean, so I guess this can be a question for Sean, right? If we say we're going to have, how many tiers of approval do we want to have? Do we want to say, you know what, the only way to get approval is to go through the PyOpenSci process? And as soon as you start making those technical improvements, you don't get credit for them until you've gone through that full process? Or do we say, you know what, we have a light approval that gets you into PyHC based on Sean doing the legwork, and that'll get up to some point. And then at some point, we go over to a formal external review via PyOpenSci, either the PyOpenSci process by itself or through some partnership with PyHC. And we say at the point where we do the formal review, that happens. I think there's a lot to be said for giving people the little, gold star when they've done some technical work, even if maybe it's not been fully validated and might need some work later. So I would argue that we don't put PyOpenSci as the only gate, but I also see not having too many different review processes going.
Does it make sense to just pull PyOpenSci totally out of FEP4 and it returns back to the original idea of a badge that a package gets? That's like an extra stamp of approval.
I'd be all for taking PyOpenSci and putting it in a separate FEP and it becomes a different standard. And then we say somewhat, or we say in FEP, and we probably need to say review in FEP4. So we could say it's a PyOpenSci review in FEP4. If we decide we're not going to do that, we can say Sean reviews it in FEP4 and we'll have something else for a different standard later on.
Darren, PyHC will be a very small group of packages if PyOpenSci is required to be in PyHC at all. Valid.
I like the easy way.
Effort, funding, that's why.
I like the easy way in the door for bronze. I think the list of requirements that Stuart read for PyOpenSci is short enough. Maybe that's a silver thing, maybe gold. But having the two processes, I think I agree with you, John. I think that's going to be good. But at some point, it becomes too much legwork to verify all of the different things we will eventually require at this tier and that tier. Maybe there winds up being more than one PyHC plus PyOpenSci process. Maybe there's a gold, maybe there's a silver. I overthink things sometimes. This might be one of those times. But if you've gone through silver, the process to get your gold star from the PyOpenSci process would be XYZ things that they would check in addition. I don't know.
Will PyOpenSci review to our standards? Okay, so
Something that we have to, just provide to them. And that's what they've been waiting on essentially is we can do that.
Oh, it's for us to do
once we
this.
have it.
So in that case, I think that kind of immediately does what you're suggesting, Rebecca, right? Because if you go in and you say, I'm applying as a silver package, here is it goes to PyOpenSci, that is the formal review to our requirements, then knock wood, it's hopefully doing work for us as long as the process of getting that stuff together and sending it up to them is not too arduous. Which, I mean, pretty much our most resourced package is the only one that's done that. So it's why I'm looking at you guys. But you think it's pretty reasonable for a, 1 or 2 maintainer kind of package to be able to pull it off?
I would say, I think the thing that made it sort of that, it was basically just because of the size of our package. Like SunPy is quite large. That's why the review took a while. But I mean, Nabil is the one who did most of the work. So I think it wasn't anything like really like onerous. It was just that they did a very thorough review of our entire package. And so, and because the package is large, it took some time, but yeah.
So I'm on the PyOpenSci website. So just so everybody's on the same page, this is the review process. You submit your package for review by opening an issue on this, following the software submission template in their GitHub repo. Then the editor-in-chief reviews the submission for package scope and minimal infrastructure criteria listed above, whatever that is. Then the editor finds reviewers for a package. I believe in the case of AstroPy, which is like affiliated with PyOpenSci, you generally get one generic reviewer and one AstroPy specific reviewer. So you'd have one generic reviewer and one PyHC reviewer. And then review begins. Reviewers have 3 weeks to turn around the review. You can respond to your review and then your package is accepted. If you have a JOS paper, you immediately get in. Presumably with some PyHC extra stuff on the side, but.
I mean, I think that the biggest advantage of this is that they've defined this process for us and they help facilitate this process for us. Like in our experience of doing this affiliated package process with SunPy, which is sort of a mini version of all of this, like doing the whole logistics of doing the reviews and doing re-reviews, let alone, is just takes a lot of time. It's not hard, but it takes a lot of time and it takes attention to that. If there's a defined process and a defined body that is kind of making sure that this is happening, then that's a ton of work off of our plate as a community. And I mean, as we've expressed, like all of us don't have a lot of time, we don't necessarily have a lot of money, especially for things like this. If we have some other external body that's facilitating that for us, that is a huge thing off of all of our plates. And especially like Julie and John and like the people who are facilitating the kind of PyHC as a whole.
Sure. Yeah, I agree with that. Then maybe, yeah, you have a silver PyHC, PyOpenSci, you have a gold. We're not even going to bother having bronze try to do this.
Yeah.
Maybe that does make sense.
That does bring to mind, and maybe we can table this for later, but reevaluations.
Yeah, that's something that they would be able to help with more than we could, because we've clearly not really done it yet.
Well, and there's definitely the reevaluation of our current packages, right? But there's also what happens when we pass a new standards track FEP. Do we self-eval? Do we internal review? Do we go back to PyOpenSci?
Maybe we think on that.
But to make it easy for now, we're still a small enough group that I would just do that myself. Like if we passed a new standards FEP that changed the rules a little bit, I would just personally go back and review all the packages. And yeah, you all wouldn't have to think about that. That'd be my job.
So we'd potentially skip PyOpenSci. I would suggest, Sean, just so that you're not swamped, that we have some sort of, and maybe this goes in the FEPs, right? But we should have some sort of self-report out from the package to you with the info, so you can easily find the information to make that evaluation.
Yeah, these will be things that we'd need to define in these separate FEPs for this partnership, probably.
But I guess I will admit, I hadn't really internalized the fact that PyOpenSci had offered to do the reviewing for me, so I don't have to do that.
Yeah, that's the big benefit of them.
Yeah, and that would be a big benefit, so that'd be pretty sweet. I think this conversation looks really different before and after we've initiated that partnership.
Yeah,
But presumably,
go through it once to see how smooth is it and does it actually add value? If it's just box checking, then it doesn't really add much. But if it's kind of onerous and it takes forever, that's kind of a detriment. So we should go through it so that we're not just deciding theoretically.
Who are you pointing at?
I just want to make the point that this PyOpenSci group has thought way more about this process than anyone in this room and anyone in this room ever will. And I think we should probably trust that and rely on that they're good and that they're going to help. They do this at a much broader scale than just our community, right? It's across not just all of scientific Python, but also I think there's they focus on R. I think it's largely R and Python. Well, there's That's right. Yeah. So, but it's the same sort of, is it the same like, yeah. So I think that but yes, I think we should also just do it. And it will, I don't see there being any downside. I mean, and it will alleviate the amount of work that we all have to do if we want to implement this kind of systematic review of our packages.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, right? What we're talking about with this tiering system, right, is to have this tiering system be functional, we are going to have to review packages to find out what tier they fall in, right? That review is going to have to be done like actively. It's going to become, the more requirements there are and the stuff, right, the more involved that review process is going to get. PyOpenSci, partnering with PyOpenSci is a way of making that review process more explicit and having someone help with it. Like, it feels like a win for everybody, right? And if people are curious what this review process looks like, then you should go on GitHub right now and submit your package for review. It will take you 5 minutes. You can do it and you can find out for yourself. Like, it's not that hard. It's like starting the process is super easy. If you feel like it's taking you too much time, you can always bail out halfway through. Like, go and try it out.
Well, actually, I was going to ask you this question since you're probably closest to AstroPy. How long did that? Because submitting your package for PyOpenSci review is one thing. Doing the partnership is sort of a separate thing, right? Sure. So, like, how do you have an idea of, and because that's what we would want to do on the PyHC side. So do you have an idea of how long that took them to kind of put in place and how like onerous that was?
Yeah, I think the partnering thing is a fair bit of work, but right, that just needs to be done once by us as a collective, right? And then it's done.
So if I can make a straw man proposal here. Obviously, we've got details to work out, but should our core packages say, you know what, we're going to jump on, and you should probably talk to Leah about this. Should our core packages just say, you know what, we're going to submit to PyOpenSci now, we're going to start this process. We'll be working to the old standards because, you know, unless we have some massive votes on Wednesday, but well, we working to the PyOpenSci standards, you're right. But we may want to say, look, we have these community standards as well and potentially involve that. I think that also means, yes, we will have the great resource of this, but I think that also means all of us need to be ready to stand up and be the reviewers for each other as well, because they're going to be coming to us for that as well. But if the answer is, let's start the process now and see how it goes, and then do our formal documentation of what that should be afterwards, it doesn't sound like we need to have the egg before the chicken. Right? Because otherwise it's going to be okay, before we send anything to PyOpenSci, first we've got to, you know, set up the whole terms of this partnership here, which means any reversions to our standard, you better go through and get to there, and we're not going to go anywhere. So if it's like, hey, let's have the core packages jump on board, heck, why not? I'll stick my head in that news.
So to be clear, just to make sure everybody understands, the purpose of partnering with PyOpenSci would be such that if a package applies for a PyOpenSci review and says, you know, I'm a PyHC package, it would also be reviewed against a list of standards that we provide, right? That's what the partnering mechanism provides. And then when you go on the PyOpenSci website, you can filter the reviewed packages by like what partner they were partnered with, right? So you can go on there and there's an AstroPy box. You can click it and that's the list of AstroPy affiliated packages that have gone through the PyOpenSci review process. So like any of our packages can go and just be reviewed against the stock PyOpenSci criteria now, and that will give us as a community more experience of what that review process looks like. That's probably a good thing for the core packages to do, as you said. But then like we can work to, once we've got this set of standards, we can't partner with PyOpenSci until we've got some standards to review against, right? And then like they facilitate the review process against whatever we come up with as a thing.
Yeah, sorry, I was just gonna say, I think we should probably make sure that we all collectively agree that we want to do this. But if we do, then maybe it's worth going through the existing PyOpenSci kind of like default standards and then looking at those, and because then those we don't have to deal with. Those are already set in stone. That's the bare minimum that you have to comply with if you want to, if we're using this PyOpenSci review process. And then all we have to do is define the things that aren't in that list already. And that might make our lives a bit easier, I suspect, because then we can focus on things that are just exclusive to our community.
Okay, last comment.
My only argument against that would be those sound like kind of bronze level stuff, which we probably want to be keeping at self-eval. Now, unless we say, we can just say, we hereby adopt all of the PyOpenSci standards for all packages at bronze level, shortest FEP ever. Also possibility. But there's a lot of like weirdness of like escape hatches on license and that sort of thing that we might wind up doing enough patch up work that it might be worth just rewriting what they have anyhow, even if we want to do the same thing. But let's keep it open. I think it's worth thinking.
Okay. So maybe what makes sense? Self-evaluate for bronze, maybe silver and gold. These are FEPs that need to be written, have their PyOpenSci process. And once we've finished, defining all of the stuff that goes into FEP 4 and our standards FEPs, we can write those and know exactly what we're asking PyOpenSci to help us review on. And then it can be an in progress or completed for both silver and gold. Like, have you started this? Or are you working on it? That's just an initial thought. With the understanding that this will be defined better in future FEPs.
So if you say in process or completed for silver and gold, that means that would be a self-eval to get to that point?
No, in process or completed, like you're working with PyOpenSci actively.
Right, but if you say, I am in silver.
Maybe.
And I am in process.
Maybe that's the oversight that Sean or I give.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, if we're saying that we're using the PyOpenSci process to determine that we meet our silver requirements, being able to say that we're in process and in silver doesn't really work. But we can discuss it.
If PyOpenSci is the review process, you don't get testing without going through the PyOpenSci.
I mean, it sounds like we have, like, bronze can be a Sean review, and anything past that would be PyOpenSci.
I think that it could be, but I don't think it has to. Right? It's just like seeing Darren's comment about NOSA. NOSA wouldn't fail PyOpenSci because PyOpenSci says OSI approved license, which it is, so it would be fine. Like, and like I think PyOpenSci, I think the main benefit to our community for PyOpenSci, and we can choose whether we want to do this or not, and that's fine. But like the value proposition for PyOpenSci is that it is our review process, right? Like if we get to the point where we agree that the basic PyOpenSci criteria are all things we agree that bronze tier packages should meet, which maybe they are, maybe they're not. I haven't looked at them in enough detail to know. But if we agree that, then we can just use PyOpenSci as our entire review process. And like, we don't have to have another one. We just have one review process. If you want to become a PyHC package, you do that. Because then that's the process. If it becomes like a silver and gold thing, then we can, have the bronze requirements will be pretty light. So that can just be self-eval. And then if you want to get silver or gold, you do the PyOpenSci process. That's also fine, but then we've got 2 review processes rather than 1. So like, we're adding more complexity, but if the bronze review is so sufficiently easy that it's not a problem, then it's not a problem. But like, I definitely think when we get to the point where we're evaluating, does this package meet this matrix of standards that we're going to materialize, we're going to need a proper review process, and PyOpenSci offers to facilitate that for us.
So just completed or not completed. Heard. Let's go eat. This is clearly not done being discussed yet. Maybe this can be something we talk about further Wednesday afternoon or at our next telecon or something to keep fleshing this out. But this has been some really good discussion, so thank you.
Holy smoke, you're expecting to get through all of this before lunch, and we got through, what, a third of it?
You know, you never know. Some things might be easier than you think, and some are clearly not. Huh? Yeah, the FEP discussion, telecons.
If we're going to agree that the tiering is based on FEPs, then we can have a FEP about, is your package pip installable? Right? Like all of the technical choice about what thing goes where, it's all becomes standard track FEPs. We don't have to have the conversation now. We can do it using the async FEP process.
And sorry, I'm going to use that to advertise, which is we have some time set aside tomorrow to talk about some of those possibilities. And there's a thread in Slack, which I will bump for people to vote on which ones we want to talk about first.
Cool. We'll be back at 1:30. All right, Rebecca's still coming back from running to her car. But before that, I wanted to re-bump John's message that's in the Slack general channel to go and vote for what we should talk about tomorrow during that standards discussion that he's leading with the various issues that we have in our standards repo. So if you want to have a say in what we talk about, do it, or you will go with the majority. We'll start in a minute. Okay, Rebecca has returned. So my comment earlier still stands to go and vote for our discussion topics for tomorrow. I see we have 2 votes or 2 people voting so far, so we'd love to see a couple more in there. But let's go ahead and kick off the afternoon sessions. We're going to start with chatting a bit more HSSI and trying to map PyHC requirements to that. And then about 2 or so hours of this afternoon, we'll have interoperability discussions. So hopefully we can satisfy the desire to talk through that. But the floor is Rebecca's.
It's carpet, so you can keep it. All right, so I'm here to talk about PyHC requirements on the tiers and how that relates to the heliophysics software search interface. I'm presenting this on behalf of the group. So that's myself, Catherine, Joe, and Julie. There we go. So same slide from yesterday, just to remind you what this thing is, but from the metadata standpoint. So we're taking the experience of EMAC, the Exoplanet Modeling and Analysis Center, and PyHC. We're taking those experiences on their metadata and their search interfaces and attempting to extend this to languages outside of Python. We're choosing to align this with schema.org, which is the generic metadata language that generic internet search engines use to find things. And we're aligning the metadata, the terms that we choose and how we use them with the Code Meta project, which is an international standard for software metadata. Put all of those things together and you have the basic idea of what we're going for the metadata behind the search interface. Okay, so what's related to PyHC? Basically, this diagram from the FEP4. So the row that has to do with HSSI metadata compliance. So copper, whether it's a thing or not, the minimum entry into HSSI is the mandatory fields. It's a small number. We'll get to that in a minute. And then as you go up in the tiers, the metadata requirements increases, not obscenely so. And we'll go to that in a minute. But another piece here is that from the metadata perspective is that having a software license means you have the identifier for it, preferably through SPDX. We'll get to that. And then whether or not you have a DOI, right? So that plays into. Okay, so outside of PyHC, the metadata requirements for HSSI, we have drafted what field should be mandatory, what field should be recommended, that's what the R means, and what field should be completely optional, that's what the L means. So mandatory, we have 4 mandatory fields. Our rule is if it fits on one hand, that's probably not too much to ask. And you'll see exactly what those fields are when we get to a Miro board. So prepare for a Miro board if that requires additional prep. I'm sorry, but it was too complicated to do through a Google survey. We have 13 recommended fields. Okay, why so many? There are 2 motivations for us to choose a field to be recommended. Either it's needed to create a full citation, such as publisher, we need to know what the author list is, so on. The things you need to actually cite the software. Or it's basic fair. And when I say basic fair, first of all, the acronym means findable, accessible, interoperable, later, and reusable. So when I say basic fair, I'm thinking I want a persistent identifier such as a DOI. I want a license associated with the thing so people know what their rights are to use it. And there's one other thing that escapes me at the moment, but fits on one hand, right? There are, so the other motivation for something to be a recommended field in HSSI is that it supports a search button. So something that will be on the search interface that you can click on. And including those things in your metadata record for your software will help people find your software more easily through the search interface. Everything else is optional, and those things simply improve, or only including them at all to improve the likelihood of your software project coming through a text, being a high result on a list through the text search, and interlinking to other efforts such as HelioData. So the screenshot on the right is a slightly outdated version of the HelioData website. I'll take about 20 seconds to intro you on that. So this is a data website that we're building at HDRL, so the Heliophysics Digital Resource Library. We're building it starting with NASA data, particularly all the data that we host and some that we don't. And there are tentative and I would say I would like them to be concrete plans to extend this across heliophysics. But that is coming in the next few months. I've been seeing that project as it comes, and I am excited and I geek out about this. So Daniel De Silva is leading that, which is probably why he doesn't respond much lately, but he will. He's been doing an amazing job leading that team. Okay, so bringing this back to the PyHC tiers, I have this separated out into a graphic. So 4 of the fields are mandatory, 13 are recommended. I have them split here by the 2 use cases. 5 are for the citation and basic fair, 8 for the search button support, and then 11 optional. So ignore the 10 on the last slide. My apologies, it's 11. We had to split one of them into 2, as you saw, the 2 that you saw yesterday. Okay, so how this lines up. So if copper were a thing, we would have that requirement simply be the 4 mandatory fields. For bronze, what we chose to be required at the bronze level as a draft, okay, subject to this discussion, would be the 5 basic citation and fair fields, and then 1 for the search button, 2 search button support. For silver, the requirements are proposed to be the rest of the search buttons and then 1 of the optional. And that optional one is the way we are going to link to the HelioData website. So that if, by including that as a silver proposed requirement, that means the silver packages will get listed and potentially featured on the HelioData website too. So we thought that a strong enough motivation to put that at silver. 5 more would be required for gold, and then the rest we don't require for any PyHC package, simply because they're not going to be relevant for all of them. So there's that. So let's get into the discussion on the details. So let me give you an intro to what this Miro board is, what it looks like. There are a lot of different pieces on here, so I'm sorry there's a legend. This is It was too complicated for a Google survey, but here I go. Okay, there's going to be a white box that has the metadata fields that we're proposing to be required for each PyHC tier, and that's separated by tier. And you'll see that. That's what this silver is, if you can see my mouse. And you'll see three others for the different package levels. And then the category that's not required for any of them, there's a separate one for that. And we'll have to step through them. Okay, so silver, this right here, this orange note with an R, that means recommended in HSSI. And that applies to the entire frame. In this case, you'll see there's a purple O down here. Oops, back. Purple O down here, that means that field happens to be optional and not recommended. Okay. The more important details here are whether it's a metadata field that supports a search button or not, and that's indicated by this pink sticky note attached to the yellow one. Again, apologies on this stuff. Okay, so the yellow ones have the names of the fields in HSSI. We have some sort of draft description of them so you can understand what we mean by that. On a given row, if there's a pink note, that means that it's giving you a little bit of an implementation note. Usually these are going to be a controlled list, such as maintenance status, is it maintained? There's a list of 5 or 6 things that we pulled from a website. Or in this case, input-output file formats, that's a drafted list there. And if you see a blue note, that means we need your feedback on what that list actually is. Not that we're trying to list all 100 something possibilities, but particularly if it's in support of a search button, we need 5 to 7 of the most popular ones and everything else is an other. So we'll get to those details. But there are going to be 3 activities here. Oh, let me get to that in a second. Sorry. So let me come to these controlled lists. As Catherine said in her presentation yesterday, we've completed a study on the controlled list, or controlled vocabularies to be more accurate, that we need in the HSSI. 2 of them we discussed yesterday. Those are the 2 that are crossed off at the top. The third one, don't really need discussion. We're going to be using a very complete list from the IVOA, and I forget what that stands for, but it's a standards body in astrophysics or astronomy. I forget what the A was. But they include all of the NASA missions, all the missions from Japan, ESA, all those kinds of things. So we don't feel like we can improve on that. But all of the others are up for discussion today on what we prioritize in those lists. So that's what the blue sticky note means. So if you could put this tiny URL link in the Slack and in the Zoom chat, Julie, that would be amazing. There's also the QR code, which is covered by this black thing at the moment. But it's tinyurl.com/PyHC metadata, if you can get started with that. So we're going to be going through 3 questions per frame. Okay, the first question in each is, if you disagree that that field should be required for a given PyHC package tier, you're going to drag a sticky note to be right next to it, and I'll do a demo in a minute. If you have feedback on the terms used in a given list, and that list is going to be in pink, you're going to leave feedback on a blue note. If you think a particular metadata field should or should not be a button, as in different than what's indicated, you'll leave a note for that. So let's walk through an example here. This is a Mac, isn't it? I'm going to run this from a Windows. Hold on a minute. I'm gonna have to steal the share too. Oh, yeah. Can you do that? I gotta skip this. Let's give us just a moment to get set up there. All right, so online, can you see the mirror board now? Cool, perfect. All right, so we're gonna start with, I guess, copper. So that is right here. Let me see if I can bring you all to me. That is not what I wanted. Okay, we're gonna come over here to the mandatory fields. Basically, the first activity is you're going to tell me on this mirror board whether you think that should be a required field for copper. And if you disagree, what you would do, just like this example, what this person did, we said, I don't think we need to have authors required at the copper level. I think it should not be required until bronze. So what they did is they took this bronze sticky note and they dragged it over here to be by the left. So for these 4 fields, that's what I want you to do. If you think that field should not be a mandatory, sorry, if you think that field should not be required at the copper level, assuming that one exists, take a sticky note for the field where you think it should be required and drag it over to the left side there. We're not there yet. Not yet. We'll get to the button conversation on the next frame. We can't actually make any of these 4 to be buttons. Okay, so the problem I see is that, oh wait. Now I see you. Yes, I know. This is an exercise. Okay, so if we're done with this part, if anyone wants, let me give people just another minute in case they're still thinking, and then we'll move on to the next one. This is meant to be the simple example. Okay, let's move on to the next one. So here we have a couple more fields, and now we're going to go through all 3 questions, but one at a time. So your sticky notes to drag are now on the right side. And notice that they exclude bronze because that is the package level we are talking about right now. So these 7 fields are proposed to be required for bronze in addition to the 4 we just saw. So those fields are publisher, version, persistent identifier. Usually that's going to be a DOI that we talked about earlier. Publication date, at minimum the year. License, and that's going to be an SPDX identifier as a preferred value. Operating system and architecture, that means basically Windows, Mac OS, those kinds of things. And then indicating a programming language. So the first activity is if you think it should be required at a higher or lower level than bronze, grab the sticky note of that level and drag it to be on the left side right here. I'm assuming the copper notes mean that if we had a lower level, it should be there. And if we don't have a lower level, it'll simply be part of the entry requirements.
i.e. bronze.
I'm seeing a consensus that the persistent identifier should not be required until the silver level. I think that builds off of the discussion earlier, so I won't reopen that, but that's interesting. It's good. Good feedback. Okay, if we're ready, the next question on this frame basically focuses on these bottom three. So license, operating system / architecture, and then programming language. So starting with license, there's a large number of SPDX identifiers for software licenses, very large. What we're interested in first, let me say that an SPDX identifier won't be required. It will be preferred. We're imitating DataCite on this, if you are familiar with that. But the things we want to use to power this search button, we want to have 5 to 7 things in that search button little drop down list. So you would, if you were searching by license, you might search by, I want things that are the BSD 2.0 or MIT 2.0 or CC0 or Apache 2. And you would click those buttons and then software packages that have those licenses would pop up on your search results. But we can't have a list of 10 things or it gets overwhelming. So what we're looking for is a list of, say, the top 5 to 7. I put Apache 2.0, CC0, BSD 3.0, MIT, and other. If you think some other things should be highlighted on that list, grab the blue sticky note and go for it.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Why can't you just list all of them?
It
And
would
have
be
search, like text search that allows you to filter licenses that match. Like if you type like BSD, like you get all of the BSD ones instead of trying to decide which ones you should. Because once if someone has a BSD version clause 2 or clause 3, like, do you want to limit the search options or do you want to just hit like the main like license type? Like instead of like writing like GPL v2 or v3, like you just search GPL and like that just classifies both. Or I guess
I like that. I think doing it both ways might be possible. I'm looking at Julie on the tech side and Sean on the tech side. So we could have, say, 5 to 7 buttons people could click, say if they don't know the names of licenses coming in. So that provides a level of entry for them. And then if you know the license name, some sort of text bar associated with that, where they could type in BSD but not know which version, like you said. Would
If
that
you-
be reasonable?
If
Okay.
you don't know the names of the licenses, you're not going to care about searching by them. At the very, very best, you might want to search by copyleft, not like permissive, like top level categories of license. But if somebody doesn't know that a BSD license exists, I can't see them wanting to search by license because they wouldn't know what they were searching for.
Your point. Can you put a note, like blue sticky note, right there? I like both of those comments, whether I like it or not, honestly, put it in. Blue sticky note, drag it over, just like that, or just make a new one.
So why can't it just be a drop down?
That's a lot of drop down. What, don't they have over 100 options in SPDX?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a bunch, but like buttons, we kind of need to be like 3 to 5. Drop downs, we could do 10 or 15. I mean, it's. Blue sticky.
Blue sticky note, yeah, that's a design choice. I don't particularly care which option, to be honest. But if you want to have a limited number, whether it's buttons to click or drop down, then we need to know what the preferences are. Maybe it becomes that list from earlier. The proliferation list from OSI, maybe that becomes the list of things. But okay, so take a moment, do that, leave feedback on there, and then we'll move on to the next thing. Okay, next one is operating system and architecture. This is going to be, say, top 5 choices or so. I have as a list Windows, Mac, HPC, GPU, cloud, and other. If you think something else should be highlighted on that list, grab a blue sticky note. Let us know. I'm going to try to keep these on a line. So let me rearrange. So the 2 different kinds of Mac, can you give me like what entries would go in the list? Like, is this Mac X or I forget the way I forget their terms.
Well, I'm not saying it should, but if you're mixing both OS and ARC, then Mac OS running on x86 versus Mac OS running on ARM matters. For that matter, Windows running on ARM versus x86 matters, because most of us are supporting Mac on ARM. I don't think anybody's supporting Windows on ARM right now. So there's OS, there's architecture, and there's topology are all kind of in here. And so that's several orthogonal things. It's going to be very hard to have a button that just puts it all together.
We're looking for the most popular things, like the most common things, and everything else goes in other, and you read the documentation.
But the most popular things are going to be combinations.
Okay.
So it's going to have to be Mac OS plus ARM plus standalone, HPC plus GPU plus x86.
Okay. Do you think there's enough use case motivation to split this up?
I mean, you might have, even if this is a single field, you might need to split it out from a UI perspective.
Leave that comment. It would be helpful for us to understand a couple of common items on each one of those 3 things you mentioned. So say the top 3 to 5 architectures, top 3 to 5 operating systems, and then the topology you mentioned. Yeah, it's going to take a minute. Yes, that's amazing. John's post-it note is popular. Okay, so programming language. This is going to be basically the primary programming language. Or you plan on leaving it up to the software developer, the one filling it out, what they would choose first. So again, this is going to be a search button kind of thing. Where we want people to, whether it's search button or drop down list, it doesn't particularly matter to me. We just need to limit how many things are listed. So I have a couple of examples here. If I'm missing anything significant, I'm sure I am. Grab a blue sticky note, tell me what we're missing. We do have a vocabulary we're going to pull these terms from to make sure that they're correct, the terms are correct. But we need to know which ones of those long list of terms we want that are important in heliophysics. Okay, now we seem about done with that. Throw in your last thought on the language list. Okay, last activity on this frame is basically tell us whether we've made the right choices and what is a button and what is not. Right now we have license, operating system, and stuff in programming language as either a search button or a drop-down list. Did we get it right? Did we miss something? Should something be a text search instead? Or maybe could publication date be one of the calendar search features? Would that be useful to you? So grab a pink sticky note from over here. I will move a few of them to help you out. There you go. I see a question about publisher. Publisher is different from author. So when you, for example, submit your GitHub repository through Zenodo, Zenodo becomes the publisher. The publisher is the one that creates the DOI for you. NASA does not create DOIs.
But that makes Zenodo the publisher of our DOI, not of our software. I mean, Zenodo's really not the preferred way for people to get our software.
Oh, semantics. So when you include the publisher in the citation and you went through Zenodo for your DOI, that's what you put. That's what you put as publisher. That's not necessarily how you access the software.
It's not how we ask people to cite our software either.
How do you ask people to cite the software then?
Let me pull it up because I wrote the BibTeX once and I promptly forgot it. Okay, yeah, we have publisher in the record, in the BibTeX record. I would probably feel more comfortable if we described that field more explicitly as tied to the persistent identifier.
Okay. Okay, I don't see any. I see one comment about version, whether it's version 0 or bigger. Otherwise, I haven't seen any other comments about whether we got the buttons right or wrong. So I'm going to take that as saying reasonably good guess so far. Okay. Give you a moment to close up your thoughts on this frame, and then we'll move to silver. Okay, so silver is down and to the left. We're going to do the same 3 activities. So first, your sticky notes to drag and drop are off to the left. So I will frame it here. So if you think, so here are the fields. It's maintenance status. That comes from repostatus.org. The items in the list are listed there. If you want to know what WIP means, go to repostatus.org. So we have maintenance status, input, output, file formats, related regions. That is the tie to the Hail Your Data website. And those 5 regions are listed on the pink note. Visiting Marinere, can you move your mouse? I can't read this. I can't read it. I could do this on it. Thank you. Application category and software functionality, that's what we talked about yesterday. And documentation link, basically a link to the documentation if it's separate from your access URL, basically your GitHub would be the access URL. And then this at the bottom, related observing facility or instrument. Say if your software is used for analysis for the for data from the Themis mission, that's what that would be related to. If your software has nothing to do with a mission, then that would be not applicable. Okay, so basically, first activity, if you think this should not be silver, but should be a different package level, grab that sticky note and put it to the left of it. And I don't know what no means in this context, so add some stuff for me, please. Okay, And next thing we're going to do here is we're going to focus on where the blue sticky notes are off to the right side. Notice application category and software functionality. Sorry, those are from yesterday. So all the feedback comes from there. If you have additional comments, you can add them. Okay, but maintenance status, we're thinking to use a list from repostatus.org. Feel free to take a look and leave additional feedback. For input-output file formats, I have a short list here. We do want to keep that, say, less than 10 or so. If we're looking for the file formats that are most commonly used in heliophysics. If I missed something important, grab a blue sticky note, let us know. And any other comments on other fields, put it in blue. Now's your chance. I see a question about the basically related mission or facility. If a given package is used for analysis on more than one mission, you can select every mission that's relevant. And there'll be an easy way to do that in the submission interface. There is a way to pipe this stuff in if you have a long list. That would be useful for several packages. All right, so a little bit of discussion on the documentation link. So this is supposed to be a link to your documentation website, that is supposed to include installation instructions. And this is presumably for the more mature packages where that documentation link is to a different website than the GitHub. So this is a website generated by Sphinx or Read the Docs or whatever path that you choose for those things. So by having the documentation link be required at the silver level, you are implicitly requiring that it should have a documentation website separate from the GitHub. So take that into account for what package level this is required for. Am I excluding docs in github.io? Is that different from what I just described?
Well, you said that the docs would have to be outside of GitHub. GitHub can host code and documentation in github.io.
Right. So if I go to say, oops, wrong one. Let me get there. Okay, so this would be this is GitHub repository. I don't need to tell that to this group, but this would be your documentation link. Notice that is separate from your GitHub repository. It's hosted there, yes, but there is a separate website that would qualify as a documentation link.
Okay,
Yep.
that's not how you phrased it. That's why I wanted to clarify.
Sorry. Thanks. Okay, we seem to have settled. Last question on this one, same as before. If you think we get the buttons chosen well, let us know. So if something is indicated that is a button you think it shouldn't be, now is a good time to put that input in. If something is not a button and you think it should be, and you can imagine a way where that is possible, please let us know. So that's with the pink sticky notes, and those are right off to the left right here. If you have, also, if you have a preference, whether it should be a search button, like a button you click versus a text search, that this would also be the time to put that info in. Please use the pink sticky notes for this one, for this discussion. One more minute.
Yeah, I gave a lot of time to this, so you have until 2:45. If we end earlier, our break can be earlier and we can talk more interoperability or what we didn't get to from morning discussion. I'm sure everyone loves that idea.
All right, I think we're good on this frame. Now let's go ahead and move to the proposed gold requirements, same activities, fewer fields. So the 5 fields proposed to be required for gold are a concise description. Let me explain what that is. So your basic description will be describing your software package, right? It's the basic description. But if the first 150 to 200 characters don't provide a good preview, then this concise description would be what the preview that would show in a search result list. Okay, hopefully I just answered that question why. And data inputs, those would be data feeds, particularly thinking of a software that feeds off of Happy or CedaWeb or FIDO or those kinds of things. Related publications would be publications that cite your software, maybe publications that describe your software. Science keywords are going to be basically things from the Unified Astronomy Thesaurus or the AGU index list, like similar to what you do for your publications. We're thinking to do the same thing for software to tie that together. Then main dependencies, this would be the primary packages you depend on, as in not the entire full list, but say the most important ones, so that people can search for things that call in, say, AstroPy as a dependency, or call in SpacePy as a dependency, or those kinds of things. So we're thinking to have those things be a requirement for gold packages to fill out. So the sticky notes to drag are off to the right. If you think these 5 fields should be required for a different package tier, grab it and drag it over. Yeah, concise description is only if it's necessary. Seeing some opinions that it should be removed completely. Interesting. We will discuss that again.
Rebecca, you mentioned we had some fields that weren't required by like any package. Are those listed somewhere on the Miro board or somewhere else?
It's next.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Okay, so I'm getting feedback. That's helpful. I also need to know what your opinion is on requiring these for the gold tier. If you object, please drag the correct sticky note over. You can scoot those over if you like. So this one, shouldn't be required at any level. It's kind of placed by science keywords and main dependencies. If you mean both, can you just copy and make 2 of those notes so we're clear when we look at this later? Or, okay. Yeah, thanks. Why shouldn't main dependencies be required even if gold?
Why? I mean, why have it?
We're imagining that someone might want to search for a package that that depends on another package, maybe to understand a development tree or to see other packages that might be useful. Is that a strong enough use case?
To be acquired, probably. I mean, it's just. I suppose if this were better defined, I'd be able to answer the question better.
Okay.
But in terms of running the software, your PyProject TOML should take care of that for you. In terms of dependency tree analysis, then I think there has to be a very strong definition of what main means so that the information we put in here is relevant to what people are supposedly searching on. The only person in this room that I know of who's done extensive dependency tree analysis, I don't know if anybody else has, but yeah, I'd honestly be more likely to search for not, because there would be a certain amount of, oh, I don't want to deal with that thing. But
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I'm also a little unsure about what this means. Is this saying that we should have a list of our main dependencies in the documentation? Because the dependencies are going to be usually specified in the installation information.
Yeah, there is a way we can actually just pipe this in from GitHub. Bad idea, apparently. Don't do that. That's what I'm getting from John.
Yeah, I'm kind of seeing how it could be a benefit if you knew a package was built on some particular higher level, like PyHC ones, like built on SpacePy or something like that. I could see that being cool, but that's a very different thing than if your package doesn't use optional dependencies, are main dependencies just every single dependency in your tree? Like, yeah, that's confusing.
I guess as a concrete example, right? Like, so for SunPy, would main dependency in whatever definition you're envisioning include NumPy or not? Right? Because it uses NumPy, although everybody uses NumPy, it doesn't. Sorry, actually.
Yeah, sorry, it's just it's talking about, like, obviously we use AstroPy a lot. AstroPy itself imports NumPy. We use NumPy arrays directly as well within our code. So it's like, it's a direct dependency, even if we're using other code that's also depending on NumPy. So there's a large stack that we would need to decide how that would be defined, because
Because I think it's very, to my mind, it's very interesting that SunPy uses AstroPy heavily, because that's closer to the level that the user cares about, and it's not expected, right? Whereas knowing that that uses NumPy is, So I hate to say it, but do you have an HSSI field for like interaction and interoperability?
No.
Because that, I think, would be a more interesting thing for this kind of use case. If you say, you know what, I like pandas data flow. I like to work with pandas. What other things are there that use pandas so I know my entry is going to be easy? So that might be a more interesting field than the main dependencies, if that's what you want to get at. In that case, honestly, listening to NumPy there makes a lot of sense, right?
So what I'm hearing, go ahead. What I'm hearing is it's more interesting to know what packages a given package is interoperable with, as in they can run together. I can see that applying well outside of Python. Yeah, that can be a big thing. And also within Python, we'd have to write the description to include, like maybe in the list of examples, what data, e.g. what data types, such as pandas or X-array, for instance. Am I hearing that right?
I think there are a lot of ways that things can work well together. Sometimes it's they're using the same data types. Sometimes it's, very easy conversion sometimes. And I think that can be it can be left fairly vague.
Yeah.
And left to the documentation, but having a hint to the user that, hey, you probably have an easy entry path here.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. And just scraping everything off of GitHub or out of our PyProject.toml is,
It's a mess.
well, and it's also like, is that a value add, right? Like if we just go and copy all of our stuff into here, it's not giving any additional information. Whereas even though I'm objecting to the absolute existence of this field, if there's something related to dependencies, having some guide on where the human intervention gives more information would be great.
So if the description were, sorry.
Oh, you're good. I was just going to say, would that be something at the gold level or just a totally optional? No tier requires it, but if you have this information, that'd be great.
I mean, it feels like a gold level kind of thing, but it's also very hard to say, we require that you do this unless you don't do that. Right?
So it can be optional. And I don't have a sticky note for that, but you can just choose white or.
Well, that I've been using these shouldn't be required at any level as optional, but.
Got it.
Yeah, maybe just modify that one.
Okay. Any comments on whether something in here should be a button that isn't? I'm finding it hard to imagine any of these other things actually being possible to be buttons, but of course, open to ideas. Okay. So I can't remember if I covered this or not, but the only item here that has a controlled vocabulary associated with it is the data inputs. I see I missed a couple of important ones. Apologies on that. But if there are any others missing from that list that I drafted, please add them on a blue sticky note, and we will take that into high consideration. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Last frame. All of these here. Let me see if I can pull you all to me. The option has disappeared again. Okay, so these 5 are completely optional. We're proposing that they not be required for any PyHC package tier. And what these are related software. This would be software packages excluding dependencies. Maybe that becomes the interoperability one and we remove the previous one. Related data sets. So if you want to relate your software to a specific data set, not just a mission or something of the sort, that would be where that would happen. Funding information, this is looking ahead to when funders care that they are listed in as being a funder for your software. They might want to use this metadata for agency tracking, so we're going to just include it. Software logo, this is if applicable, if you have one. And also relating your software to physical phenomena, so that's going to be a controlled vocabulary. It doesn't exist yet. Well, it almost exists, so coming soon. So if you think this should be required of a given package tier, please grab that sticky note. I can pull some more over here. Grab it, stick it to the left of that name, that metadata field name. And remember, if you're going to require software logo of a given package level, that means you're implicitly requiring that they have one. Okay, seeing no mouses move crazily on that one. Feedback on the lists. The only one of these that has a list is it's in production, if you will. If you're interested in getting involved in that, I can get you in touch with the right people. Otherwise, I'm not the right person to receive that feedback. All right, any other comments on what these fields should be or improvements on the descriptions that are needed? Or if you can imagine a way that these things should be a button where it isn't, that's what this time is for. So blue notes for feedback on the field or pink notes if you think it should be a button, and please describe how.
I don't have an example off the top of my head, but if someone has another field that they thought should be added. How?
Let's get to that in a minute.
Okay, cool.
I can imagine how funding information could be a button. If you're going to want to search for software packages that use NASA funding or NSF funding. But then we would have to have, maybe that shouldn't be a button, maybe that should be a search.
Oh, sorry, no, I meant, so we have related software, data sets, funding info, software logo. If someone has another yellow.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. We'll get to that question in a minute. So tricky question on the phenomena. I'm not going to answer that. um, maybe I should. So the description I drafted, perhaps too naively, is a physical software. The phenomena can be used to detect in data sets. It's not saying that the phenomena exists in a data set. It's saying that your software can be used to detect it. And what that means will be very different on what phenomena you're talking about. John wants the mic, Julie.
Okay, so that means if your software is concrete example. Kava does velocity dispersion analysis. You can pop up a spectrogram, find the onset, draw dispersion on. What you get back is the time of release, the distance back to the release. But it doesn't detect. It doesn't come back and say, oh, I found this velocity dispersion signature in your data set. So that would mean that we can't say, velocity dispersion as, one of the velocity dispersed fronts as something that is in the phenomena, if it's detection only.
Then I would argue my description needs to be updated. Help me phrase it. Because what you were saying as the example, I would have said, yeah, that's the thing. That would be, you would include that.
But it doesn't detect.
So what's the better word there? As detect seems wrong.
I'd say physical phenomena of the software is specifically designed to analyze.
Nice.
Or detect. I mean, either would make sense, right? Like that's, I think detection's a special enough case to be worth calling out, but.
Please fix my wording. I can't seem to edit the yellow. Cool. Thanks. All right. Yeah, the requirement on the logo, HSSI will not impose any requirements on that. We are simply metadata. We don't have, we're not going to be requiring packages to do X, Y, Z. So if they have a logo, there it is. For PyHC, if you want to require a logo, that's a different conversation we can have in a couple minutes if you like. But before we move to that kind of conversation, the last question that Julie reminded me of is if we have missed a metadata field that you would like to be included, and you can describe to us how a user would use that information, now would be a good time. So where would that go? So we can go off here into the off to the right, grab whatever sticky note color you want. Here's a yellow one. I'll make the pessimistic assumption we missed a lot of them. So here you go. Remember that this is for a software search interface that's not limited to Python. In our last 3 minutes or so, feel free to leave any other feedback you wish on this mirror board. Or if you prefer to talk it out, that's also fine. Okay, so thank you for all of this amazing and detailed feedback. It will definitely help us design the metadata to be stronger and more relevant. So we'll close out the session here. If you want, continue to add input on the mirror board, but handing this back off to Julie. Thank you.
Thanks, Rebecca. Okay, we're in break now, so you'll have half an hour to chill out, regroup, not look at a Miro board. The next session has a Miro board. I'm so sorry. It's a very simple one, and then we'll just talk a lot. So hopefully that is less horrendous. In any case, so we'll come back at 3:15, half an hour from now. And yeah, talk then. Okay, I have a short presentation to kind of guide this discussion, if you will, before we start. There's a Miro board, but it's not even kind of half the complication of the last one, although it was well organized considering how complicated the topics were, I will say. So good job. But yeah, we will have a Miro board to kind of guide our discussions, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of talking in between that and sidebars and such as life. So 1 second, please. Okay, let me hide these meeting bars for myself. Cool. All right, the discussion that everyone has been hoping, praying, and begging and requesting for. So PyHC interoperability. A few different motivating factors behind this. We have a desire for some flexibility in allowing for creativity in how you develop your package and so forth, and collaboration amongst other packages, while at the same time having a need, to align to dependencies, decrease tension in standards between duplication and dependencies, generally increase usefulness of all our packages for the broader user community. And there's always the potential, since we are a big community and forever getting a bit more, steamrolling, if you will, with higher ups, maybe the inclusion of PyHC standards, being in the ROSAS HTM funding call, this could lead to funding. Sorry? Oh, yeah. It's already in the ROSAS HTM call, yes. But this means that we could get funding based off of decisions we make in here. So yeah, what do we want? So we want the freedom to find creative solutions. But like I mentioned, there's tension in standards between duplication and dependencies. We want to avoid making everyone do a ton of expensive changes, expensive both in terms of funding and people and developer time. But we still want to be able to make packages easier to use together. We want an easy installation and use in the same environment. That's, the dream, but it's difficult to align our dependencies amongst other things. And finally, we want increased interoperability, but funding there's only so much out in the world and only so much developer time you can throw at things to a certain point. So trying to think through how to structure our interoperability, there's kind of two different ways of looking at it in terms of scope and in terms of capability. And our later Miro board will focus kind of around that, but to give you some ideas. So for capability, starting with, kind of this easy end, you see the little diagram there up until pie in the sky. So starting easy, you can think of capability, super small terms. You can install things in the same environment as other packages. You can run the package in the same environment as the others without errors happening. You can execute a given task that requires more than one package all in one environment. Hacks likely needed to make that work, of course. And then you start getting a bit higher level. So thinking of executing a given task with one more package in one environment. You can do that more easily by using adapter functions. Another level up, you can do that more easily since the syntaxes between packages are either very similar or identical. You could do this more easily since the objects themselves are very similar or identical. And kind of the pie in the sky dream would be you can do all this more easily since there's like a GUI on top of everything. So that's kind of some of the range of interoperability when you think of it in terms of capability. So looking at the scope, therefore, of what a package itself can do. Quote unquote easy mode would be that a task works with software packages in your same science domain. If you're doing plasma physics, it works with other plasma physics Python packages. A step up would be that a task works with software packages in closely related science domains. So you can imagine what that would be for Helio. Further step up in the other Helio sciences themselves, and then straight up just with other sciences and packages therein. We'll get to the look on your face in a minute, Sean. Okay, you can think of some example tasks of where to kind of define all of these with how you can plot data, the time coordinate conversions that we've had in FEPs and so forth, combining variables using equations, unit conversions, that kind of thing. So there's, for each of these different ways, you could kind of categorize the interoperability levels, if you will. So we're trying to frame this kind of in this tiering FET4 kind of field discussion of what we've been thinking of earlier. Just roll with it, John. Your face has subtitles. Anyway, so the way I was trying to think of this discussion, because this could quickly devolve, is to think of it in the tiers. So you have 3 levels of interoperability with increasing capability. I know. And it incorporates the understanding that, interoperability can be costly and difficult to implement and might not be something that every package can do, and thus levels. It would tie back to the relevant standards of trying to avoid more duplication of code, encouraging collaboration amongst packages, and encouraging only the dependencies you really need and not bringing in a bunch of extra things to make these really heavy packages. So we're thinking through what kind of characteristics and capabilities would you as a community then envision for kind of 3 different tiers. Timely, since we kind of want to get rid of copper anyway. A low level, you can think of that as bronze if you will. This is a package that has maybe less or inconsistent funding and staff. What could they easily achieve or maintain? A mid-level, a little bit more than that. And then the high level are those fully versioning packages that have large user bases, large amounts of funding to work with. So if we had those pie in the sky situations, that's what we're thinking of. This is the Miro board that, dare I say it, we should all go look at. It's the last one. There's none tomorrow, I swear. Right, John? Yeah, he's not doing that. Don't. No Miro boards tomorrow. Okay. So hopefully this feels a bit straightforward considering all the work we've been doing with tiering. Drag the sticky note to whichever level you think that most closely fits with. So this first top level of things we're looking at, just looking at this first framing, is for general scope. And then we'll go down and talk about specific capabilities, and I'm sure have many more detailed discussions. I believe the helio. Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you.
My apologies. Don't look at the time one. That's just if we want to get granular.
What do you mean by works with?
Did we have a good definition? We can talk through that now. What does works with mean in your mind? Rebecca has thoughts.
That should not be surprising. So thinking back to the PyHC executable paper, where we had, what was it? Space Pi, I think PySpeedas was in on that. There was Komodo and there was something else I can't remember. PySet. All 4 of those packages worked installed in the same environment. That's what I think of.
Then I think we're all gold already then. Beautiful.
That is such a low bar. It's not even worth talking about. Like, that's not interoperability. That's basic functioning. Like, it's just that's not them working together. That's just being able to install them. That's like saying that, yeah, like SumPy works with PyTorch, except it doesn't in any way. You can't use any SumPy functions with anything from PyTorch, but you can install them together and they'll both work. Like, I'm sorry, I'm really tired, but you're not wrong, right? It's a prerequisite for it to work, but it's like, that should be given. It should be a given, right? If you can't do that, then give up and go home. Like, it's just.
But we can't. So I mean, right now, Sean cannot install all of our software and run the unit test. Well, so question is, do we want to raise the ceiling or raise the floor? What's our priority? Because I know I don't have the energy to do every priority.
So Sean, what doesn't work together? If this is the base, like what can't I install right now? Everything that it will
because
have? Except Komodo, because obviously that's a special case. I think with the Python version.
Well, but I just sorry, Sean. I'm going to hand this to you in a minute because I think the context, like, what do we want to do if we and where do we say we're going to focus on our packages, or do we say screw it, Komodo's important or anything else, it doesn't work right now, we're going to roll up our sleeves together and take care of this?
But is taking care of this mean just, oh, I can pip install Komodo and SumPy on Python 3.13?
So
and that's it?
What I think we should have as the short-term goal is we should be able to install at least all core packages, ideally all of our packages, into the same environment and have all their unit tests run. I don't think we're at that point right now. And I would like to say,
I guess I would.
I would like to, can we just, like, we've talked about this for a very long time.
Yes,
we've made very limited progress. Can we short term try to raise that floor? Because I hope we can all agree that I hope there's not a philosophical disagreement that we regardless of what else we should be able to do, we should be able to install these things and run the unit tests.
I agree. But to me, that doesn't mean works with, that doesn't mean interoperability, that doesn't mean that, you know, if going back to COP, that this is COP tier. Right? We're talking about something that is on a tier that shouldn't even exist.
I mean, I'd argue this is paper tier.
Yeah,
but
that's right.
But we're having these conversations about, like, what kind of jet engine do we have on the car, and we don't have wheels. I would like to get some wheels.
Well, if I have a jet engine, I don't need wheels, I need wings.
Well, it depends.
Okay, like, what is actually the problem? What doesn't work?
Okay, so what doesn't work at the moment, besides the Komodo pip install, I'm reasonably convinced that every single PyHC package can live in the same Python environment without dependency conflicts now. That was not always the case, but as of like 2-ish years ago, that became a thing that we were able to do. None of us.
Well, at least we've achieved something in 6 years.
Yes, yeah, that was like a bare minimum thing that we achieved in 6 years, and it actually took us like 4 to get there, which was pretty funny. We have not actually tried to run all the unit tests from every package inside this environment, so I don't know if that works yet or not.
You go first.
Just a quick comment about the unit tests. I don't know how many other packets. So SumPy, I haven't done a review on like any of the other PyHC packages, but SumPy provides the unit tests and we allow users to run them if they want in their environment. That is something that we offer, but I don't know if, and so that means we ship our test data and our unit tests with our source code. I don't know how many other PyHC packages do that. So obviously running the unit test might be a lot more work because you have to install the package, clone the repository, install the test dependencies, then run that, which obviously means that getting all the test dependencies to work in the environment might be a lot of boilerplate of like setup, but then actually once that's all set up, it all just kind of works. But that's, yeah. I mean, obviously we're not, more packages want to ship the test and then that becomes Sean's job of running all the unit tests becomes much easier because it doesn't have to like, okay, this package, I need to clone this repository, or these tests are over here, I have to pull them in, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, and we've discussed this loosely, but I would love for us to have some CI that's running at least the released versions of our packages, if not main, and the unit tests, and just I think that would bring us somewhere. I think that it would indicate we can solve a problem together. It would give us that floor, and then we can start talking about bigger things, or maybe we talk about that and start sketching out the next level. It's just I'm trying to think of something that's both the basis for doing everything else and hopefully relatively simple.
So I think I need a little explanation is needed on the colors. So the pink ones doesn't mean it works with everything in PyHC. It means, for example, SunPy works with other solar physics packages. And runs. Installed and runs. Like with the PyHC executable paper, thinking of that as an example. That's fine. It's been a while since I've seen it too. But I can put that in the Slack when I get back to the computer. But the idea is that you can use both. You can install this package with another one in the same, say, solar physics domain or magnetospheric domain, and they both install without error, and you can use them without error, as in the packages don't break when installed with each other. That's what the pink ones mean. Take it to orange, and I tried to memorize this and failed. Orange means you work with closely related science domains. So that's somewhere between just solar physics and all of heliophysics. And the dark yellow ones means that's pointing to the PyHC all container. As in all of them install without error and all of them can run without error. So there's the explanation.
So
I've had my hand up for a while.
Oh, I'm sorry, Nick. I can't see the hands. Just yell out. Thank you.
Yeah. If we could check in periodically for people on Zoom, that would be helpful. So in terms of interoperability, one example from the executable paper was we read in data using PySpeedS for a particular mission, and then we had to multiply each object that was read in by a unit object. And then we fed those unit objects to PlasmaPy to get plasma parameters like the alphane speed. So in this case, there is maybe like bronze interoperability where you can do this stuff, but something like gold interoperability would be if a space physics package read in an object or created an object from data that had like the magnetic field density and stuff embedded in it. And then a PlasmaPy function like alphane speed could be called on that object itself. And then you would get the alphane speed for the particular times. So that'd be something closer to silver or gold interoperability. So that's my definition of works with.
So Julie, is the intention to actually be using this tiering going forwards in some way in description, or is this just to help our thought process, given that we had been talking these terms for the packages?
Yes, it could be involved in the tiering, or this could just be to help us move forward and decide at what level we're doing what.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we have some sort of representation of this in the tiering, but I would hate to have an interoperable tiering description that is separate from our package tiers, because I think it would get confusing. And again, well, yes, I am trying to derail this. I would love to move us just, with that spectrum you had, just move us a little bit to the right.
So what we had been chatting about for this is to use this to frame our thoughts and to get agreements, like where should the colors be, right? And then that can be used as a basis for writing actual FEPs specific to an example task like thoughting or the time discussion or those kinds of things.
How much, I guess I could just go back to my laptop and look at this, but how many more sections in this Miro board do we have for this beyond this general scope thing?
The capabilities.
Capabilities? Because I feel like we were starting to get into a fruitful discussion there for a second when talking about like running unit tests from the packages and the environment and stuff like that. But I think the wording of these notes here in this general scope thing is just confusing me more than anything and making it harder to talk about that. And like we got derailed from, I thought was a discussion that was going somewhere. Now we're arguing about semantics for what task works means and stuff. So is it maybe like, is there another thing to move on to is maybe what I'm asking to get back on track with that conversation? Sorry if that like totally blows up what the plan for this was, but.
I mean, the other idea was to go through the capabilities and see at what point we're leveling up in our capabilities.
Yeah.
This was just to start with a general idea of what are we trying to get each package? What's the scope for each level? Just start thinking that, and then you can think of how you move up in interoperability.
I'm sure I'm sure I'm probably just not conceptualizing this right, but just task works with software and then starting to talk about science domains and heliophysics and then other sciences. That's just totally orthogonal to where I was thinking about interoperability in my head. So I'm just kind of questioning like, where did this even come from?
Ouch, dude.
Sorry.
Can I take an attempt and you can? So I'm interpreting this as you can do something that requires more than one package if those packages are in the same science domain. That's our pink. And then orange is you can do this if you have two. So bronze is you have PySpeed-S and SpacePy, and you can get something done with the two of them because they're very space physicsy. Sorry, not bronze. Fuchsia. Orange then is closely related science domains. So you can do something with Madrigal and SpacePy, say. We're doing something ionospheric and magnetosphere closely related. Yellow is you can do something with SunPy and PySpeed-S. You're doing space physics and solar. And then the light yellow is you can go and pull, I have no idea what, some earth science thing, and combine it with Bats-R-Us output via SpacePy and have your precipitation down to ground level, having detonated a nuke in Geo. Sorry, it's been a long day. There we go. You can do that. You can detonate a nuke in Geo and figure out the radiation dose of the caribou in Alaska. Okay, positive example.
That actually helped me understand. Okay, thank you.
I'm not sure that's a positive example.
It is a real example.
But I do see a trend, right? If towards the bottom with bronze, that's definitely the pinkish purple thing. You can tell I'm not from an art background. Silver, you have pink and orange, and then gold, you have orange and the dark yellow. And nobody thinks interoperability with packages and other sciences should ever be a requirement. Okay, there's reasonable agreement on that and a reasonable agreement on a trend. I think the specifics are going to differ based on what the specific task is in mind. So maybe this is a good place to leave this and move towards something more specific, like the next piece of the mirror board. I don't know, pick something. Don't remember. There you go.
Okay, so now that we did that, this is the general capability. If you need the slides, it's literally these pulled out. But it starts from just simply can install in the same environment as other packages, all the way up to you can execute a given task that requires more than one package more easily since there's a GUI on top of everything, or more easily since the objects are similar or identical, more easily since syntaxes are similar or identical, that kind of thing.
Okay, great. See, I sort of thought that last chunk on the Miro board was supposed to be encapsulating this stuff. Now that I see that that was right there in a different section, this makes more sense to me.
Yeah,
Sorry
you
for
just
being
needed to give
confused.
me another minute.
Yeah.
Okay, but yes, go forth and prosper. And maybe this will all implode and we'll find out soon. Okay, I'm seeing drifting, but not sticky noting. So maybe we've come to somewhat of a conclusion on where we think things go. Okay. So, sorry, Mac is admittedly annoying. Zooming in on bronze. We've got a fair amount of people that agree that this can run in the same environment as other packages without errors. We have a couple of people thinking at bronze that you should be able to execute a given task requiring more than one package in a single environment, period. And someone that goes a step further by saying you can execute that task more easily by using adapter functions. I guess I'm curious to hear from those that didn't have the orange sticky, your thoughts on why it goes with bronze. Was that someone in the room or online? If it's online, just unmute. Okay, maybe the darker gold. Can someone speak to that one? Someone had to put these stickies there. I didn't do it.
No, I swear I think I might have been the one to put the darker gold in the bronze. I think I mean, I guess it depends on what you mean by hacks likely needed. Like how much work do I have to do to sort of coerce outputs from functions of one package to look like something I can feed into like the inputs to a function or a method of another package, right? Or to coerce objects into something that the other package understands, right? I mean, I think echo what was said before, and that like the most bottom rung below bronze, whatever we're gonna not call that, is just getting things installed in the same environment. And so, you know, I guess I viewed this sort of and to not error, so I viewed this sort of with hacks as being the next level up from that. Yeah, and because I mean, whatever. Again, hacks being ill-defined, which is fine. You know, that I don't think it's easy to say what exactly that is, but you know, can be extremely painful for users, especially new users. So I think, you know, it didn't seem like to me that you should elevate that beyond, you know, the lowest tier we have here.
Yeah. If I can add a concrete example to that, in that executable paper we've been referencing, like one example of maybe a hack in this case is like we used PySpeedas to pull in data, but then we didn't say like PySpeedas.export blah and then plot the data. We like manually pulled the data out of the PyTplot variables as arrays and then plotted them. So like, is that a hack, or is that just like normal interoperability?
So can I propose a working definition or alternative wording, which is there's no explicit support for things working together, and the user has to have some level of understanding of the objects that maybe even beyond what one would expect of a user, which I think that's a perfect example, right? There were a number of things where we were sitting down, we were explicitly thinking about not just, okay, this is SpacePy and this is PySpeedas, but okay, this is SpacePy and this is PySpeedas. So not only do I know I need to get from A to B, I need to figure out how to get from A to B. So I'd say, you know, goldenrod there is, I need to figure out how to get from A to B, and yellow is, I need to know I have to go from A to B.
I wonder if we could sort of, I don't know, maybe not define, but think about this too, and like how low of a level do I have to drop down to in order to get these things to be interoperable, right? Like these are all Python packages, so they all understand at least like native Python types, like, you know, floats, strings, lists, etc. Probably most of them use NumPy, I would guess, or pandas. But you know, is it, or maybe they don't, but that would be surprising, but maybe they don't. So like how, you know, the degree or the lack of interoperability is sort of like a function of how far down to like Python do I have to go before I can get things to actually talk to one another. If it's all the way to like a you know, a native Python type, well, that's the worst case scenario, right? Because you cannot go any lower than that. Once of course you get things working in the same environment, you know, that I guess I'm assuming to be true for the purposes of this exercise. But I mean, how, you know, if okay, and then the one step up would be like, okay, things like not like this sort of the bare essentials, like the scientific Python stack, like NumPy, you know, pandas, and then, you know, maybe one level above that is something like X-ray. If they both understand X-ray, then, you know, that makes things a little bit easier. But I don't know, maybe that's a sort of a way to quantify this degree of, or lack thereof, of interoperability.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting way of putting it. I think the important thing is what the user has to think about, right? Like maybe the individual packages or your adapters or whatever is going down to a pretty fundamental level, but as long as the user is not thinking at that level, then life is good. Nick, talk.
Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't hear. So I posted something in Slack, and the way that I often think about interoperability is the amount of friction from using packages together. And similar to that is like the number of intermediate steps. So when like two packages are fully interoperable, there's no intermediate steps necessary. And kind of like on the counter to that, when packages are not interoperable, this is remind me to doing a benchmark between two plasma simulations, which had different sets of normalizations, different ways of storing the data, different ways to define problem setup. That was like a very much lack of interoperability. Along those lines, we could measure this by the level of frustration it takes to do things, or how intimidated we are, feel how to use two packages together.
Awesome. Thanks, Nick. Jeff also has his hand up. You're free to speak, Jeff. We can't hear you.
Is that better?
You-
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I was going to say, yeah, the friction and things like that, I think is a good way of looking at this problem. I was thinking a little more on the practical side. So like if you're storing everything in a pandas or an X array, there are adapter functions within those programs that can deal with that, but you do have to kind of know to drop down into the PySat object or whatever object is up top to get into X-array and convert it into a pandas data frame or whatever data object you want to look at in potentially in another program. And so it could be looking at how many steps and how much syntax are we dealing with to extract that out. I guess the kind of example I was thinking of is, do we have, you know, at the program in the software I'm managing, do I have some kind of helper function that points a user with some common interface to, let's say, the two data frame, two X-array command within the structure, or do you have more of the adapter functions where it's like, yeah, or the hacks where somebody has to go a couple levels down and know a little more about what's going on under the hood.
Thoughts on that approach? Okay. Yeah, I guess keeping that kind of description, wrong computer, in mind, maybe we can take a look at this again. Do we still, thinking of things that way, agree with the stickies as they are? How many more times do you want to have the discussion, I guess?
I guess what I would like to know, like coming out of this meeting is like, obviously I think, you know, I think it's pretty obvious that like from the SunPy side, we have a kind of clear idea of what we think interoperability is. And I guess what, like, you know, it's that we share objects between the different packages, and in particular, those objects being backed by, you know, AstroPy. But that's a separate discussion. Is there an appetite at all, even if it takes us, whatever, 5 years and a lot more funding, is there an appetite at all for that sort of vision? You know, forget AstroPy, I shouldn't have said that, but like some sort of like shared objects for things like, let's just say for the purpose of this discussion, like time, units, and coordinates. Do people want that at all? Or like is the barrier to doing that time and money, which is totally reasonable, obviously, or is it just that there's no appetite for doing that at all? Because I think if not, then that changes the kind of discussion that we should be having.
John, you can go first. Nick and Jeff, I'll get you after, unless those are,
No, let them go first.
you want them to go? Okay,
Focus on
yeah. Yeah, that's true. I'm pretty sure these are new hands because these are the same people as before. But Nick, do you have thoughts on that?
Yes, I am very hungry for interoperability. And I would very much like Plasma Pi to be able to work with like Plasma Pi formulary functions to be able to calculate things from read in by space physics packages. So yes, to Will. Also, if you give me money. I'd be happy for that too.
Jeff, I think you had your hand up next.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I tend to look at interoperability primarily as from the data object side of things. Can we pass data back and forth? Coordinate systems is good and a lofty ideal, but also, I mean, I come from a subdiscipline where scientifically we can't agree on which magnetic coordinate system to use, which magnetic latitude coordinate system to use. Depending on whether you're looking at high latitudes or low latitudes, it just becomes a nightmare. And so I'm very cautious about wandering into the coordinate system side of things for some aspects of problems.
So as I think I said in Nabil's excellent time work, which even though I disagree with almost everything in there, he did yeoman's work on getting that together. I have very little appetite for common objects. I have very little appetite for saying this is the one thing we are going to choose. I have huge enthusiasm for the user not having to work, or for, what I should say is for the user picking objects based on what works with their workflow, what works with how they like to approach things, and not based on what inputs are required for the thing they need to call. So so in the concrete example of time, I don't think we should say everybody has to be using AstroPy time, but I think saying if you have something where time is an input, please, please, please take AstroPy time and do whatever you need to do to convert it so that the user doesn't have to worry about those things. And one step towards that might be the user has to be aware of it, but not worry about how to do it. But I think it would be very difficult, particularly given where at the point we're at, to agree on a common set and do all of that. Whereas I think we can make some real progress by trying to get closer to the fact of the user just being able to make that decision freely instead of being forced by what package they prefer to use.
Jeff Glenn's, sorry, wrong one. John Vandegrift has his hand up.
Yeah, hey. So I kind of agree with what Jeff said about sharing at the the data object level. That's where you can really gain traction. But I also think might be tough to come up with the thing that we decide, right? Maybe there's a set of things. Here's the ones that people have agreed on. And then because but Will's comment about the AstroPy, that's really their community, right? They publish in AppJ, they're doing astronomy stuff with images. And so maybe the solar and the sort of the plasma environment folks have different ones. So I don't know that there has to be the be all end all standard or the set of shared objects. And you can always get by with adapters. We've been trying to push a project with that. So just the idea that, you know, there could be more than one standard. And then I do emphasize and agree with the passing data around. If we can do that, that's kind of a base level of interoperability. And the funding, of course, it depends on the funding. It's like all these projects are funded with what industry would just consider fumes. And so the fact that we're now trying to integrate them when they've been funded separately for forever, I mean, this is nearly impossible. It would take a huge infusion of money to get everybody to do this. You can see how hard it is to even get us to agree what it should be interoperable. So it's going to take a lot of money.
Yeah. One thing I'm hearing here, and what was just expressed from Nick and John on the side of PlasmaPy and SpacePy, is that there are different levels of hunger for different types of interoperability among different packages. And like Nick with PlasmaPy, of course, I'm going to support in every way that I can PlasmaPy going off and doing as many cool interoperable data exchange, whatever things that you can possibly pull off. And if SpacePy wants to do less of that, I think that's okay with them. What I'm kind of hoping to get out of this is finding the floor for what we consider like the bare minimum interoperability. And we can talk about going up from there.
That's kind of what this was attempting.
Yeah, that is like what this is attempting. And I think at least from the earlier conversation we were having at the front of the notebook, we all agree. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we all at least agree that we all should be able to have our packages in the same environment and like pass our unit tests. And that's like a good floor to have. Obviously. Yep. No, so there you go. So that's a floor. Yep. I also think it's funny to have to say that. I agree with you, Stuart. But yes, just the fact that we can start there is something. And we know we don't want to make the floor all the way at the very top of like, we've all standardized on one package to do one thing, blah, blah, blah. So, I mean, there could be a conversation of finding a middle ground there, or we could just lop it off and say, as long as the environment works, then we just let packages decide how interoperable they want to be from there. Like Plasma Pi might become the most interoperable thing on the world and other packages don't. I don't know. Yeah, I'm seeing.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to echo Will's point is that my desire from the outcome of this is that as a community, and as a PyHC, we've decided how far do we want to go to the top? What is our bottom? And then we can never then we stop discussing this ever again. I don't have to write another FEP about units or coordinates because we've just decided that actually, yeah, no one cares. Like you have to learn 5 different coordinate frameworks. You learn 5 coordinate frameworks. If you have to, extract the data manually as NumPy arrays and just like create WCS and pass it to AstroPy, then that's as a community what we've decided. And I'll just shrug and just continue, and that's what we decide to do, and that's what we define interoperability, and we all move on with our lives. And well, that's again, this is the point about users. When you look at the summer school and how nothing really, I'm not going to use the word works with as in the same environment. I'm going to use it like actually transforming data, as John and Jeff were saying, between libraries. You have to jump through hoops, and the question becomes to the community like, are we okay with these hoops and teaching these hoops? And if the answer is yes, we try and make these hoops better, obviously, but we go, there's always going to be hoops. We've accepted there's going to be hoops. If we find a way to make one less hoop, we'll try that. If not, we just shrug and move on.
So I have less of a vision of never talking about this again because I just don't think it's going to happen. What I would love to do would be for us to agree on the level we're going to talk about it for the next year and really make that go. And I think we have to think about where are we going to put our resources, right? Do we put our resources where the folks that are pretty far up go further? Or do we say we're going to try to get some lift up at the bottom? And if we're doing some lift up at the bottom, that means we can't just say, okay, Darren, get to work, just to pick on Komodo. We have to figure out how, given that we have, in some cases, funding for our packages, in some cases not funding, we're going to be diverting resources out of our packages into doing that. I still think it's valuable.
I agree. But the point is that it comes to a priority, right? If your priority is that you'd rather spend all of your resources on not interoperability, then we should decide that as a community, like, okay, we have limited funding. If there's any chance of interoperability, we either decide to apply for a grant, and like maybe we work that way, or we go, okay, we as a field have limited resources. This is now at the bottom. We're not going to worry about interoperability because we don't want to divert any resources to it because we only have so much. And I think that's a decision that we need to make and all sign off on because, again, we'll have this discussion in a year and we'll go, okay, we've had a year, we decided to like, say, like maybe allow AstroPy time. And like, okay, next year, was that a useful, we review like, was that a useful use of our limited resources? And if the answer was no, then that cuts off any more kind of interoperability discussion. So I think, yeah.
Nick, your hand's up.
Yeah, I finally remembered what I was going to say. One thing which I keep bringing up is that it would be really helpful to do a user survey, like a survey among users of PyHC packages, and especially the users who are trying to use more than one package together. And if we find out that the users are like, it's frustrating when they try to use 2 packages together, then we should really like put our effort into, or yeah, so like user survey is going to be, would be really helpful if we had the resources to do it.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I know you have it noted in the agenda to bring up again tomorrow, and we can talk more in detail about it, which I think is great. Okay, I'm gonna read John V's comment out. The effort on
I
coming
could
up with.
just mention it. if
Okay,
it's-
yeah, go ahead,
yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, because we did look at the time thing that generated a lot of, discussion. People had different ideas, and the using a full object for every time value, that's heavyweight. And for time series data where it's you maybe have 100 measurements every second or something, then having that object is maybe too heavyweight. So it's another piece of evidence that it might be okay to have, a small set of standardized approaches. And then the adapters don't kill you with the combinatorics because it's just a few to a few, not many to many. That was it.
I mean, in my mind, that addresses a lot of the concerns I'd seen written in the discussions on the FEP, especially from like Russell and others, that one way isn't necessarily how we should think of it. Like have a couple accepted ways, ability and flexibility.
So John
Oh.
Niehoff, if you could rule the world and make everyone say, okay, the space pi approach is going to be the objects that we use, would that make you happy? I mean, yes, okay, these are the ones, I think these are the best ones, everyone use these, and then we'll rewrite our libraries to use those data objects and we'll get interoperability.
No, I think if I have to tell people to use it by fiat, that means we haven't actually done as good of a job as we can.
Well, okay, but I'm just trying to figure out what are the barriers, why you say I really don't want this.
Well, I'm very happy to have people do time the way I do it, but I also do time like 6 different ways. I mean, I use SpacePy time sometimes. I do the raw CDF-TT 2000 sometimes. I do Spice Ephemeris time. And that's, there's lots of reasons for that. Some of that is that you kind of have to jump through the hoops to get it done. Some of it is efficiency. Some of it is literally just, I'm thinking about it differently when I'm working in different domains.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to understand.
Is data model adapters our ceiling then? Like that's as high as we're reaching? And we just try to not encourage a ton of new time objects being created, for example, when it doesn't make sense to. Because I don't think we're ever going to land from what I'm hearing and what I read in that FEB on one time like that model to use. It's not happening. I don't think it's gonna. Even if we mandate it, people won't.
Well, but there's risks. I mean, even if we had a huge infusion of money and we said, oh, we're going to make an interoperable package, because SunPy's doing it for solar, right? So, and then we're going to have all the solar people contribute to SunPy, and we're going to create a fused version of all the things that have been made in other areas. Maybe we start all over. Everyone gets so much money they can do whatever they want, and we'll start over and we'll make a great big, space physics analysis package or particles and fields. It might not work, right? It's so huge that might, is that really what we need? And it's hard to manage something that big. So what we have is small pieces of funding. And so how do we grow that into, like what Nabil was saying, what people really need? So.
Possibly crazy thought. It happens. So putting this section of the Miro board together with the previous one, we previously had agreement that it's a pretty low bar to require that a given PyHC package in the same science domain works with the other ones. Right? So in solar, that's the SunPy group, right? All of your packages should work with SunPy. In space physics, it means, I'm going to get this wrong, but most packages should work with SpacePy or PySpeedas, preferably both, right? But they at least operate in the same environment. If you take that a step further with this one, and that means a low level stays right there. Hacks are probably going to be needed. At least they execute without errors. Taking it up to silver and keeping it in the same science domain, that means there would be adapter functions, or maybe the syntaxes are similar in the same science domain. And it's, I can't think of a polite way to say that. So free for all, there you go. Free for all if you're going across science domains. And the work at silver and gold level, thinking towards PyHC summer schools, would be to eventually work towards making that smoother, but not requiring it because it's a large effort. Am I reading the room right, or am I completely off key?
Wait, there's more.
I know it's sort of different, to be honest. Something that I'm kind of sad has never, that sort of hasn't grown up in a big way out of PyHC in the last 6 years, is that no requirement or diktat from on high needed. That no, we haven't organically come together to do any of this, right? Like nobody had I mean a little bit, I guess, but we haven't identified interoperability issues and started to try and work on solutions for them together, right? We don't necessarily have to force everybody to use AstroPy time, but also we haven't even really had conversations about reducing any duplication in the whole ecosystem, or just maintainer to maintainer conversations about what things we could do differently, or how we could reduce duplication, or how difficult it would be to get stuff, how difficult it would be to use the things that are in SpacePy to not just convert to SkyCoord, but actually be SkyCoord objects, right? Like the transforms you have available in SpacePy, why can't we just use those to convert between AstroPy frames? Or there's so many things I could think of doing, or discussions about, oh, wouldn't it be nice if you could stick a SpacePy TikTok class in a index of a pandas data frame? Or there are all of these things that we could do, and we haven't had any. Nobody really seems to have any motivation to work on any of this at all, right?
So honestly, my time on SpacePy is about 1/3 stuff I need to get done, 1/3 just generic kind of community requests, and 1/3 stuff that's being driven by PyHC. So both that middle one, that middle one is very PyHC oriented as well, right? Because it's the community that kind of comes to it. And the last one is entirely PyHC driven. The work I do on SpacePy would be totally different if this group didn't exist. Now, partly it's, no offense, you guys are calling the shots. You're setting a really good example. And so you're maybe not seeing as much or changing as much because, frankly, you're being the influencers here, even though it might not feel like it. But honestly, this has changed enormously how I go about things. Now it's 1/3 of not a terribly large number, right?
Better late than never. Would that be helpful? Or do we want to just shut out more? We're just going to push forward. Sorry. The people have spoken.
I guess I have a somewhat provocative question is, do we care about reducing or sorry, God, it's not the word I was looking for.
Yes. We have agreed.
My brain has also gone to mush. Do we care about reducing duplication within our packages? Like, because I think, as Stuart just pointed out, we really haven't taken many steps to do that in the past 6 years, since this effort started. Like, I think it maybe in theory we say we do, but do we actually care? I don't know.
Other John first. John V, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to care. I mean, if it's not being funded and part of it is like, I mean, I agree with what Stuart's saying. It's like, why aren't we pushing for this more? Part of it is removing duplication means like defunding something, right? Because we have two approaches for reading CDF. We have different ways for grabbing data. And so if we consolidate, then somebody's project is, oh, well, that one's not needed. That's the duplicate. That's a very hard call. It's highly personal, right? People, this is tied to things that people care about more than just their job. It's their baby. So how do you make that decision? I think even if we told NASA to make that decision, they wouldn't know how to do it, right? And so can it happen organically? It didn't happen with the virtual observatories, right? That they were all supposed to, whichever one succeeded, were supposed to go forward. So, because it would mean things like, okay, well, we'll use what's in SpacePy, that's low-level read routines, and that becomes a driver for the display stuff, and SpeedOS just becomes display layers on top of the reading stuff inside of SpacePy. Oh, but that ignores PySat. PySat has read stuff too. Which one are we going to go with? Oh, and Happy reads things. That could be involved at some level. It's like, which ones do we toss out? That's the hard part.
Yeah, John, I want to jump off that because what's the duplicate?
Right. That's what I'm saying. What criteria would you use to decide that, right? And which one do we go forward with? We spec out a good design. Here's the design of the future. Who's closest to that? How do we move towards that? And who gets defunded? And that's I don't want to make that decision. You become very unpopular.
Or even like, for new stuff, does the first person who move into the space then claim the space?
Right.
Because there's a lot of, well, this is duplicate. I mean, I don't know how many times I've been told, well, PyCDF is duplicative of CDF lib and PySat CDF. Well, no, it's not. It was written first. And that doesn't mean it's the best. That doesn't mean it should be the only, but it's a little bit weird to say, well, we should write a new one, but if they write a new one and it's better, then the old one should be abandoned.
That's what I'm saying. There's things that are dependent on all of these pieces that if we consolidate, we get rid of them. And that's partly why it hasn't happened. It somehow happened more naturally in SunPy. I mean, there was, SolarSoft before that, so people had this concept.
Yeah.
But
the other thing I want to bring up is, what's the counterfactual, right? Like, okay, so we haven't gotten rid of duplicates. Have we managed to keep duplicates from proliferating that might have happened otherwise? I don't know.
I mean, that's part of the original vision of PyHC, was to prevent a proliferation and to provide a focal point for the community. So it's probably done something there. It's hard to quantify what didn't happen, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's impossible to say. Like, we can't know what like the alternate timeline was if PyHC didn't exist. I mean, well, the first thing I'd say is, we have this case in the SunPy side because, well, for one, our scope is obviously a lot smaller than all of heliophysics, but also we spent a lot of time making sure that we have an ecosystem, be it much smaller than the one that actually, to be blunt about it, actually works together and is actually interoperable in the way we think about it. But that took a lot of work, and it took a lot of time, and it took a lot of unfunded time. And of course, that shouldn't be the way it is, and we're not asking people to do unfunded work. And I think that's increasingly easier to get funding for things like this, regardless of how small that might be. But I mean, so I don't know. It sounds like the answer to my question is no, right? I mean, so but maybe one thing would be, do we even know? I understand your point about what does duplication actually mean? Because it's never just like, oh, these two things do the exact same thing. Obviously, we should go with one. It's never that cut and dry. But do we even know where like the potential areas of overlap are within our own ecosystem? I use that word extremely lightly. Because I think that would be a great place to start and would probably, make us real. I actually don't like this language of like, for on defunding or talking about like people competing, different things competing for whatever the space, right? I don't think that's the way we should think about this. Like if we're a collective of packages that want to work together for some common goal, we shouldn't think about, who came first or whatever. Like it should be, we should, I realize this is a difficult thing to do, but think about, okay, what sort of vision do we want for this community, and how can we make that happen? Maybe if that means, reducing overlap and like by reducing the number of whatever file readers we have to focus on like the actual physics and the science we want to do, I think that's what we should be striving for.
Yeah, I agree. I'm on the let's go for interoperability camp. I'm just trying to be realistic and trying to identify what the things are. Yeah, the language is harsh of saying, oh, it gets defunded. I'm not trying to be harsh. I'm just trying to say that this kind of idealistic thing of here's the best idea wins, even if it means it's not mine. People have a hard time doing that when it's time to write grant proposals. And okay, I won't write one this time. I'm self-defunding, or whatever, because mine wasn't the one to go forward. It's been hard to get everybody to agree to that kind of ideal. I think it would be great. It's just, I don't know how we get there.
First off, I don't think we necessarily need everybody to agree to this for some of it to happen, right? Like, it doesn't require everyone to agree on something for like SunPy and SpacePy to work together to do some stuff with coordinates or like whatever, right? And I think same as what Will said, this language is weird to me, right? Like, we're all open development projects. We should all be collaborating together to make these tools better. And if there's something that like one CDF reader does that another one doesn't, then why are we not working together to make the whole thing better? And that doesn't mean that you end up with like somebody ends up out of a job maintaining a CDF library. It means you have two people maintaining one CDF library rather than two lots of one person maintaining their own one. Or like if there's presumably functionality that SpacePy's time stuff does that AstroPy time object doesn't do. But so if SpacePy adopted AstroPy time, there would still be stuff in SpacePy to do that time stuff that SpacePy needs to do. It would just be using a different framework. So it wouldn't be like, oh, we'll just, now that bit of SpacePy doesn't exist. It's just in AstroPy. There's still stuff in SpacePy. It's just different from what it was before. Like these are all being like specific examples I'm just trying to think of to illustrate a point, which is we should be collaborating together to make the tools better, not looking at it as if we're competing with one another. Right, like it doesn't matter who came first or what does what, right? We should be collaborating together to make the best tools we can for all of the scientists and everybody to use.
But
right, we don't need. Sorry, go on.
Okay, I was just going to say it's hard to find funding for the collaborative part. Projects are funded just like on missions. They don't care about the next mission. They're not funded for that. And so these projects are all funded separately until they're funded together. There's no impetus for projects to do this other than, like you're saying, it would be great if we could. And we have these kind of mostly shared idealistic goals. It has to be funded, right? I mean, so
hold on. Nick's hand.
Yeah.
Okay. Like we're thinking in terms of if a project gets defunded versus if a person gets defunded, and there are not enough research software engineers in heliophysics, and we really need to value like each member of our community, like each person. So being able to like bring people from an older project to the next one. Another thing is that their like software has a lifespan, and there was a package, HelioPy, which I still have a sticker for at my laptop. I don't know if you can see it. But David Stansby ended up stopping the development of HelioPy because I think there was a duplication, and it's not by for a bunch of reasons. And so there is some precedent for carefully considering the lifespan of a package. A friend wrote a blog post on it, but I'll try to find it.
So I did just think of two packages that did not get released because this exists. The spice handling code that I wrote for Van Allen probes and the CCSDS parser that I wrote for ESIS. Those are both things that they didn't exist when I started writing them. And then at the point where I was like, these are mature, I should start releasing them. I looked up and, oh, SpicyPy exists. Oops, we have both CCSDS and now Space Packet Parser, so there is no point in bringing these out there. Now, I haven't gone back and converted those legacy missions to the new code, but I'm honestly considering doing that just to experience them because the stuff that I wrote is now a dead end. And honestly, that probably would not have happened if we hadn't had this group.
On the whole funding thing, I think something that this group could do, right? Like if one of the things that this group did was identify areas where more collaboration would be better and areas of collaboration that would lead to reducing duplication in the ecosystem or improving the tools in the ecosystem by collaboration between different projects. If PyHC has that written down somewhere, that's probably the best way we're going to get cross-package funding, right? Like, I don't know how else we're going to persuade people to do it. And there are more funding opportunities for maintaining packages now, like the Aristotle call in the first round, one proposal funded NumPy, SciPy, scikit-learn, and pandas. So like there are solutions to this problem, and we're definitely not going to find funding if we don't try, right? Like if we don't sit down and identify things that we could do to make things better, then we're definitely never going to get funding for it.
Totally agree. Well said.
Jeff online, I think you have your hand up.
Yeah, I was going to add on in my case, like a lot of the duplication stuff has kind of organically evolved. And it's not so much that we said, hey, there's two packages that do this thing, but it's me saying I have X number of things that I have to maintain in terms of code and unit tests. And someone else has a good solution, and adapting that makes my life easier. And so there have been some, and some of this is also would naturally come out of interoperability and finding those collaborations between projects. And the question of yeah, I would prefer to look at this in terms of collaboration as opposed to defunding competitive projects, because there's not a lot of funding opportunities, and we're not going to get anywhere by fighting internally.
So keeping an eye on the time, I'd like to pull this group back to what we want to require. So if we go down to the bronze level, and if we assume that copper doesn't exist, okay, what would we want to require of a bronze package? Thinking that this is the entry point for PyHC. And also thinking Sean would have to check this. What do we want to require for bronze?
I mean, I think I've already said that. I think at the bare minimum, installable in an environment in the unit test pass. Bronze. I think we all agree on that much.
That I don't disagree in theory, but that's a non-trivial review step.
It's a non-trivial review step.
Yeah. Like if that's a hard requirement for bronze, that's a decent amount of effort we have to undergo every time somebody submits a package. And like that's I'm not necessarily disagreeing in theory. I'm just saying that like that's non-trivial.
Yeah, and it's especially non-trivial for now because the whole PyHC environment does not exist, and we've never even managed to pull in the unit test to do that yet. But that is work that I'm currently working on, and like I gave in the talk yesterday, I think it would become pretty simple actually if we did have the one PyHC environment and we did have a unit test suite button where you could just run. So boom, if you want to add a new bronze thing, you just in a dev environment, throw the new package in, see did it break anything. Like once it exists, I think that's an easy thing to check. But
if you want to run any tests for the new package, you also have to do all of that setup as well.
Yeah, so you try the setup, and if it fails and you're not able to, then it doesn't pass. It didn't meet that requirement.
I think it's very hard to place an interoperability requirement on a single package because the question is who moves. It's about the interaction between two packages.
If that's the bar, then the technical problem is don't have upper bounds on your dependencies. Like
that's exactly what I'm thinking of, right?
Which is not like if I'm very fine with that being a requirement because don't do that.
Yeah. Well, to directly answer the question, who moves? It doesn't have it can be very obvious that it has to be the newcomer that has to move if we get to a position where every single other package is already working together like that. And I think it's likely that we are already there. I do just need to build the environment, add the unit tests, and double check that that is in fact where we are. But no one would have to ask who moves when you're trying to add a new thing and the new thing doesn't work with what currently does work, you know?
I don't know. Maybe the new person has a brilliant idea we haven't had. I would be very reluctant where we are now to impose requirements relating to interoperability. I think it'd be more important that we put our effort on making it happen instead of requiring it and discovering what requirements flow down from that, right? So Stuart, to your point, I think we've already discovered we should probably have something about don't have a maximum version, right? And that is something we can put down as a requirement at whatever level we want to say, but that can be a general package requirement. And yes, it's to facilitate interoperability, but we are not having a requirement that you interoperate in any particular way.
And that's why FEP3 exists, because once we approve FEP3 and we're saying that we're all agreeing to abide by spec 0, that goes a huge way towards like people not doing dumb things with their dependencies and it becoming a lot easier to work together. So boom, FEP3 merged, that's a good step forward. I finally complete my environment work and we get the unit test suite up and running. Boom, there's another major checkpoint. And so I agree with you that while I have not done that work to create the environment and make the unit test suite, it feels like getting ahead of ourselves to add a requirement. So that's a valid point. Oh, my goal is to get this done like by AGU kind of. So like I'm stressing myself kind of hard to make this environment and get this done as fast as possible. It's just a matter of how quick can I work.
Okay, I'm going to put the explicit proposal on the table that we have by spring, we have a repository which is in continuous integration, installing all of our packages, let's say all of our packages into a common environment and running all their unit tests.
That is a great step one.
Right? Is that a goal that we can agree to? By the spring meeting.
By all, do you mean all the core packages or literally every single?
I mean, literally all. Because so
Okay.
far they all work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What's our end goal? What are we building towards? Where are we capping this? That seems to be.
It's like the floor is.
The floor is
the
installing a
stick-
unit test.
Yeah.
That seems like a bronze thing, if we're going to put it to a level.
That is not technically a hard problem to solve. If your package can't do that, then with a few exceptions, like, you know, NumPy 2 takes a bit of adapting to or whatever, but like within the bounds of Spec 0 and FEP 3, that is not a technically hard problem to solve. So I don't see that as an onerous requirement at all. But like the requirement would be the dependency.
Yeah, well, I'd say let's not, I don't want to set the requirements. I want to say, let's find what requirements we need to have. And in the spring meeting, if we have discovered new requirements in the process of doing this, we will be able to vote on those requirements. And then they will be binding.
For like the package, our levels.
Yeah, so part of what's going to happen is in this beautiful world, Sean will do all of this stuff. We'll discover weird things. All of our package maintainers will contribute something. We'll learn new things. We'll go, these are the changes we needed to make. Those changes now become requirements that we write into a new FEP that we vote on in the spring. And that will put the floor underneath us.
Okay.
And I agree. Most of those probably would be bronze kinds of requirements.
And I liked the idea that someone threw out earlier about like surveys and stuff, and I'll try to go through this quickly, but it would be cool if we got to that floor and we do have this environment, we're running the unit test suite and stuff, and then we could ask people like, what are your pain points trying to use two packages together, or what collaboration would you love to see? And then, you know, then there's like a user requirement and you can jump from there.
I think that should happen in tandem. Why are we waiting for you to do this environment and run all the unit tests before we start asking people?
Yeah, it would not have to. Yeah, you could totally start asking people those questions before I finish that stuff. Totally.
At AGU,
Was there any?
if we can get a survey together before then.
Was there any feedback from the summer school to that effect? I mean, I think the summer schools are kind of the rare occasion where we've actually made a coordinated attempt to get things not just installed in the same environment, but working together for these examples.
We didn't pointedly ask that directly enough, I think, to get good feedback on straight up interoperability, but there were a lot of comments on, it seems like a lot of packages do the same things and I don't know which I'm supposed to use.
I feel like that's a pretty big indictment of this.
Yeah,
right?
so they left after the summer school still not knowing what they were supposed to do when.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, it's not.
But unsurprising. So I want to come back away from the requirements thing again, and I just want to like ask the room whether anyone has got any ideas for how we increase collaboration between projects to these ends. I'm not talking about adding requirements for anything. What I'm talking about is how we collaborate together to improve the ecosystem over a long time frame, including getting money to facilitate that. But right before we can get money to facilitate it, we have to know what we're going to ask for. So we have to collaborate on that first, right? And I'm kind of interested whether anyone has got any suggestions of how we go about doing that, or is willing to like run with it.
I have a thought, not specific, but kind of high level here. So once you pick a thing to work on, if you direct it to improve how the summer school materials work, That could be a proposal to HRL. Brian, don't shoot me if you're listening. I know, it's recorded though. Okay, but that could, if you argue that that you're trying to work to improve the educational materials for the PyHC summer school, and also working to increase how these packages work together to improve how the community does science. I think that is a reasonably defensible thing to ask for additional money for.
Nick, your hand's up, and then
I'm wondering if it would help to talk to the people at the NASA Transform to Open Science initiative, especially like the program managers there.
I still feel like that's a cart before the horse problem, right? Like we need to decide as a community what we want to do before we can like go and ask people how we could make it happen, right? Or am I misunderstanding what you're saying?
I think it would be worthwhile to talk with them to let them know the issues that we're facing right now. Like even before we ask for funding to do stuff.
Okay, so we could use this survey idea to get it down to 2 or 3 things, right? If we survey the PyHC summer school attendees and ask them what their pain points are, maybe send it to the whole PyHC list, like get that survey out, let those answers come in. That could come in and give us some guidance on what things are the most drastic words at the end of the day, sorry. What things the community really wants us to improve, right? And then we can come together in spring or maybe before that in a telecon and choose 2 or 3 things to work on. That's my bright idea that made me jump out of my seat. We'll see if it's any good. But Jeff online and then Brent in the room.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that, I mean, something in the back of my head is I was already kind of thinking of a possible collaboration project myself with potentially PySat and Komodo, and so I'm going to reach out to Rebecca and Darren, and we'll see if we can iron out some details. But I thought, another good thing is like if we all kind of think about potential collaborations or other projects in the back of your head where you have something you're currently working on. That could be another quick way of identifying points of pain between projects.
Okay, so just an idea that came to my mind, and it is also at the end of the day. So y'all have mentioned an example of when it didn't work, which was namely the summer school, right? So what if you go back to the summer school and you step through that and you say, okay, here's example 1. Here's what we're trying to do. Can we make this better? Can we make this clearer? Can we make this streamlined in that those that are coming to learn about this can actually comprehend it easier?
Expand on why that's a good idea. Expanding on why that's actually a good idea. There were specific interoperability sessions at the summer school where like couples of packages came together and said, all right, let's brainstorm. What's a thing we think our packages can do together? And now those notebooks exist in the summer school materials. So we could go look at those notebooks, and those are like the examples of the individual package maintainers trying to make a good interoperability thing. And if you see like an obvious failure in that notebook, that would be low-hanging fruit to start chipping away at.
And I mean, you can test it too. You can say, okay, we've started this, make some progress, and then invite some random person and say, okay, what is unclear to you about this? And you get feedback that way, because that way you can iteratively improve with, I would hope, little effort.
So a nice way to get this tested is HDRL has started a series of virtual user workshops. We would love to have live analysis tutorials like you did at the summer school. So if you take one of these notebooks and you tweak it and you want to see what happens live, where are the pain points, we are happy to have you. And you will get the feedback.
We like that idea.
I'm happy with the direction this conversation is going, and I think it actually would address a lot of the comments on like the Astro Time FEP that were basically boiling down to like, why are you handing me requirements when we haven't like done user surveys or gathered like what we actually want or anything? Running a little survey like what kinds of stuff do you want to see, or double checking the interoperability notebooks from the summer school, I think starts to get us that kind of data that people are kind of hungry for before we move forward.
So maybe, yeah, there's a couple things. There's that. There's the potential for bringing our notebook on one of those. Is it sessions, calls? User workshops. There's your work in the base level, putting everything and running unit tests. Maybe our goal by the spring is to try to do these things and then move forward. And we're gonna table tiering on interoperability.
I like that.
I think that's the conclusion. We don't totally yet know what we're reaching for, but that hopefully will be answered by these surveys and by looking through our summer school examples.
Yeah.
And then we
Hey,
can
as
decide
long-
our upper ceiling.
As long as the ceiling is undefined, the sky is the limit.
Okay. More conversations to come. All right. Online attendees, do you have any final thoughts? Hearing silence, I take that as a no. Well, then this wraps up day 2. I have a reservation for those in person that want to eat Mexican food at Rio at 6. You can bring a partner. If you're wondering what to do before then, Rosetta Hall, which has excellent drinks, is right next door.
Nice.
You don't have to. They have mocktails. But yeah, so thank you. See you tomorrow. Oh, and don't forget to do John's survey thingy if you haven't in Slack. It literally requires hitting a thumbs up emoji if you want to talk about it. Thank you.
Nice.
Please don't vote for everything. Progress.
No worries.